konyana ku arrange for baba basubenzisa because we get got on assets that because of how about this Yes. Okay. So that's like
Good morning again. May I please ask you to settle down? For those who are outside, please can you come in and take your seats? Welcome to the colleagues online as well. We will be starting in the next minute or so. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, please may I ask you to stand up and help me to welcome our Minister of Employment and Labour. Thank you. Before we begin, may I ask the health and safety gentleman to come and give us a briefing? Uxolo, ndivile maqabane. Khanimeni kaloku. Sizawuvula ngomthandazo kodwa ke if something happens we need to know where to go. Mr. Shadrach, is he here? Whilst we wait for Mr. Shadrach, okay, may I ask Umamulora? Okay. Sizawucula national anthem. Masilindeni. Mr. Shadrach, please can you give us a briefing, OHS? Ladies and gentlemen, whilst we wait, may I please ask all of us to rise and sing our national anthem. Ngumthandazo wethu lo bomama. Thank you, colleagues. Can the staff from here, when Mr. Shadrack arrives, can you please come to the front to do the health and safety briefing? His Excellency, the Deputy President of the Republic of South Africa, Mr. Paul Mashatile, joining us online. The Honorable Minister of Employment and Labour, Ms. Nomakhosa Zanameth. The Honorable Deputy Minister of Employment and Labour, Mr. Jomo Sibia. Chair of the Portfolio Committee on Labour, joining us virtually. Members of Parliament, the Executive Director of NEDLAC, Mr. Makuku Mampuru, distinguished leaders and organized business and community constituency, government, organized labor, esteemed leaders from our partners, institutions and agencies, distinguished guests, social partners and colleagues joining us in over 18 countries, from over 18 countries on the continent. Welcome. It is my distinct honor and privilege as Program Director to welcome you to the 30th NEDLAC Annual Summit. It is a landmark event that reflects our shared commitment to meaningful dialogue and collective action. My name is Lebohang Dita. This year's summit, convened under the resonant theme, Advancing Solidarity, Equality, and Sustainability in the Labor Market and Economy, carries national and international significance. As South Africa prepares to host the G20 Summit in November, today's gathering offers us a timely opportunity to reflect with renewed urgency on the principles that underpin sustainable economic progress and social justice. The NEDLAC Annual Summit is not just a statutory requirement, but a deliberate and strategic convergence of organized business, community, government, organized labor, and those who do not ordinarily participate in NEDLAC meetings. Today, we must interrogate how far we've come in realizing solidarity in various spheres of our lives, equality within workplaces, and society at large. We must also reflect and interrogate on our performance on championing sustainability that safeguards both livelihoods and the planet. Our task is to reflect on critical steps to achieve these goals. We must be bold, decisive, and make commitments to take collective action that drives tangible progress in embedding solidarity, equality, and sustainability across the labor market and economy. Before I go into our agenda, I really must insist that somebody who works here gets hold of Mr. Shadrack. We cannot begin our program without a safety briefing. Please. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Shoal Crick. I represent the NH Hotel in Sandton and just going to run through a few safety briefings. I'm here today to present the safety briefing, and it stands as follows. During the duration of the event, there can be situations that may require everyone to vacate the premises, such as a bomb threat or fire incidents and others. To do so, everyone will have to use the escape doors, which are marked and visible right behind you, as well as on the side of the stages. The escape doors will lead you to the routes which eventually lead to the assembly point. Point 1 being the Courtyard Hotel next door to us. Point 2 being the school situated on corner Rivonia Road and Grayston Drive, opposite the McDonald's. In the process of evacuation, the hotel employees who are trained and certified in the hotel evacuation procedure will direct and assist delegates on how to get off the building should this happen. Within our neighbourhood, we have a fire department at Linden Drive and Morningside Clinic on Rivonia Road, whom we work with time and again. However, please note that our employees who are first aid and fire marshals are always ready to assist if called upon. to use the equipment. No fire drills have been planned, luckily, this week, meaning all alarms of fire or whatsoever will be treated with utmost caution and urgency. The alarms are being monitored 24 hours a day. Lastly, and most importantly, the hotel is covered by 24-hour CCTV footage, mainly for the purpose of prevention of crime, not to catch anybody out. Enjoy the conference.
Thank you, sir. Colleagues, this is what happens when you grow up with people, you then forget to acknowledge them. May I please acknowledge the Acting Director General of Employment and Labour. Welcome, ma'am. Before we go into our program, I also want to acknowledge that I'm ably assisted by our sign language interpreter, Os Tsulufelo Sakhatswi, and Nombuso Ntleko. Thank you. Our agenda today is reflective of the priorities I spoke of earlier: solidarity, equality, and sustainability across our labor market and the economy. We will begin with opening remarks from the Minister of Employment and Labour, Ms. Nomakosazana Meth, followed by a keynote address from the Deputy President, His Excellency Mr. Paul Mashatile. Thereafter, we'll receive a performance report from NEDLAC, from the Executive Director, Mr. Makhuku Mampuru, followed by reflections from our social partners. We will then hear insights on advancing equality, solidarity, and sustainability from 3 speakers that I will introduce later. Their inputs will be followed by an appraisal of NEDLAC's role in advancing these priorities from business, community, and labor. Finally, we'll have a vote of thanks from the Deputy Minister of Employment and Labour, Mr. Jomo Sibia. May I now request the audience to kindly rise if you are able to do so. That's what I needed to ask you when we sang the national anthem. I apologize for not having made that note. To ensure a smooth program, please may I ask our speakers to keep to their time. They've been allocated a time and they know. And please help me. It is now my great pleasure to invite the Minister of Employment and Labour to deliver the opening remarks. Minister.
Thank you so much. Our program director, Ms. Lebohang Lita. What a coincidence. Last year, again, the program director was a woman. Ikamala Makoskaz. Malbongwe. His Excellency, the Deputy President, Mr. Paul Mashatile, who's connected online, the Deputy Minister, Mr. Jomo Sibia, the MEC, I was told there is MEC from KZN, who's with us today, the honorable members of Parliament who are here, and my honorable chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, who's connected virtually. The Acting Director General, Ms. J.K. Molisane, and the senior executive managers present from government and entities. Executive Director of NEDLAC, Mr. Makhuku Mampuru, and the executive management of NEDLAC. The governing body of NEDLAC is led by Dr. Connie, who I have not met Dr. Connie September, and the entire governing body. We've met virtually, but I'm looking forward to meeting her physically. The representatives of the organized labor, of business, civil society, I heard what the overall convener of civil society said as I was walking up the stage. I'm not going to say what you said, but thank you anyway. The international partners and distinguished guests, our fellow colleagues from the African countries who are here today, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished media, good afternoon. Sanbonani, Goeiemorgen, Dumelang. It is with great honor that I stand to address this esteemed gathering this morning. We gather here today for the 30th annual summit of NEDLAC, another coincidence. Last year we were here to receive or to present the 30-year review report. And again, we are also celebrating 30 years of the Labor Relations Act. And I was telling my minister that I'm also celebrating my third born, who's turning 30 years today. So you can imagine how old I am if my third born, and they are not close to each other. I waited to get the second one and the third one. So it's a nice coincidence, and I hope we'll be here again next year celebrating the 30 years of the Constitution. We are saying this is a vital expression of our democracy, where social partners deliberate on the most pressing challenges of our economy and labor market. Coincidentally, when the government recently hosted the National Dialogue Convention, for the National Dialogue itself, NEDLAC was appointed as the secretariat, and you started that convention only 3 weeks after you were appointed to be the secretariat. And well done to you. You are a beacon of hope for the country. And to me, that National Dialogue Convention that was convened in few weeks after you were appointed was a resounding success, at least from the point of the attendance, contents of the deliberations, and we look forward to the 9 months long rollout of those discussions for South Africans to engage in the spirit of the Freedom Charter, in the spirit of the RDP, on what kind of South Africa they want. Let me congratulate you on the exceptional work already done. Again, as I had said, in preparation for that national dialogue. Our mission is to bridge lessons from the past with future policy pathways towards 2055. This year we meet under the theme, Advancing Solidarity, Equality and Sustainability in the Economy and the Labor Market. A theme so timely, aligning with the G20 South African presidency theme. This is not just the presidency of South Africa, but the G20 presidency of the continent. It reminds us that building a fair and resilient society requires collective effort, justice, and long-term vision. NEDLAC is a domestic success as a model of tripartism and multi-stakeholder engagement, and continues to serve as a global beacon of hope. In 2024, the ILO hosted a Pan-African Social Dialogue Symposium under NEDLAC's banner, sharing its tripartite model and governance innovations with institutions across the continent. Let me applaud NEDLAC in this regard, because its impact in shaping the socio-economic landscape in South Africa and beyond is evident. Indeed, other nations aim to emulate our model of inclusive policy making. Over the past 2 days, as a precursor to this summit, NEDLAC, in partnership with the International Labour Organization and the Labour Research Service, convened 2 social dialogue symposia that brought together over 15 countries from across the continent. This event coincides and commemorates the 30 years of the enactment of the Labor Relations Act. This dialogue reaffirmed our collective responsibility to build an Africa that is inclusive, just, and competitive on the global stage, sharing lessons that will guide future development of responsive labor laws to the ever-changing nature of work, especially within the dynamic geopolitical landscape. Indeed, it is vital to deepen partnerships and strengthen trust through ensuring that international trade agreements contribute meaningfully to developmental outcomes for all our people. These engagements reaffirm our collective responsibility to build an Africa that is inclusive, just, and competitive on the global stage. And these issues encapsulate and bring sharper focus to our summit's theme, advancing solidarity, equality, and sustainability in a rapidly transforming global and local economic landscape, aligned to that of the G20. As I've said earlier on, we are that presidency of the G20 this year, and we are doing that on behalf of our continent. Our recent legislative achievements boast, among others, 47 amendments to the Labor Relations Act, 13 to the Basic Conditions of Employment Act, 2 the Minimum Wage Act, and 3 to the Employment Equity Act. These are testament to NEDLAC's effectiveness. I know that I've got many enemies on the Employment Equity Act in particular, but I won't look at the side where those enemies are. But I think we are not enemies. We must sharpen the contradictions as we create a better South Africa. Order, overall convener. Don't name and shame here. A consolidated code of good practice on dismissals tailored for small businesses, enhanced efficiency mechanisms for CCMA and the Labour Court, including streamlined dispute resolution, extended, now that I'm here, I'm remembering that I made a very grave mistake here. The governing body of NEDLAC is not chaired by Dr. Connie September. It is CCMA. You see this thing of having many entities. Now that I'm mentioning CCMA, I remember that I made that mistake. My apologies. Extended severance pay provisions, stronger protections for all typical and on-call workers, and stronger entitlements around pensions and protest actions. Underlining these reforms were discussions around heat stress, remote work, and just transition, signaling the NEDLAC's legislative vision that is guided by emerging scientific and socio-economic realities. I'm further pleased to announce that the NEDLAC Bill 2025, which seeks to amend the NEDLAC Act of 1994, is on its way to the Cabinet Committee and later to the Cabinet. This is a great milestone that we should all be proud of. The unemployment rate climbed to 33.2% in Q2 of 2025, up from 32.9% in Q1. Underscoring persistent structural challenges during Q1 of 2025, South Africa lost 291,000 jobs, reducing employment to 16.8 million, while unemployment rose by 237,000, highlighting job market fragility. The formal sector growth added 34,000 jobs in Q2, but the informal sector contracted by 19,000, pointing to mixed progress and continued inequalities. And I think our partners at the NEDLAC, the business, need to engage on this discussion of both the role of informal and formal sector into our economy. Female graduates faced disproportionate challenges. In Q2, the unemployment rate stood at 15%, compared to the 8.9% for male graduates. A differential of 6.1 percentage points. Together, these numbers shape the backdrop upon which this summit must deliver clarity and renewed resolve. Let me underscore that we have had successes even in the midst of challenges, and NEDLAC's mechanisms continue to deliver, ranging from shaping labor law reforms to strengthening dispute resolutions and incorporating community representation into national dialogues. Still, growth remains sluggish, unemployment is unacceptably high, and trust across sectors must deepen. The next few years must see NEDLAC deepen its role as a platform of social partnership, that drives policy innovation, labor market reform, and inclusive growth. I need to confess, overall convener of the civil society, I still can't believe the hatred that I had by the civil society organizations against government, where they even demand that the national dialogue must have nothing to do with government, must have nothing to do with political parties. But what is interesting, majority of those who are there in those civil society organizations are political activists themselves. So it's a matter that I think NEDLAC must, as you lead as secretariat, engage, in particular, the civil society representatives that are in NEDLAC, so that we understand what is it that we are dealing with. Because we are creating a platform not for rivalries or adversaries, but we are creating a platform where we need to robustly, objectively engage where we come from, where are we going, what did we do wrong, what did we do right, so that we continue doing that. So it should be used, the national dialogue should be used for that purpose, not to overthrow government or to do other things. Solidarity is what is needed to reinforce unity for collective progress. It remains the foundation of our social compact and our guiding light in these turbulent times. In the midst of declining employment rates and rising unemployment, social partners convened via NEDLAC need to respond collaboratively to safeguard economic stability and shield workers and communities from being overlooked amid shocks. Solidarity is about workers uniting through collective bargaining and dispute resolution mechanisms. It is about protecting vulnerable workers, including those in non-standard and informal employment, ensuring no one is left behind. It's also about social cohesion, recognizing that the prosperity of one sector must not come at the exclusion of another. At NEDLAC, solidarity is lived through the tireless work of social partners who engage, negotiate, and compromise for the common good. Equality must extend beyond intent to measurable results. In April 2025, the department published the Employment Equity Regulations, prescribing 5-year equity plans with sector-specific numerical targets, including a 3% disability employment goal. These bind designated employers from the 1st of September 2025. These measures are not without debate. The Democratic Alliance and few others have launched a legal challenge citing potential constitutional concerns and an impact on investment, yet the policy is a bold step toward dismantling the enduring racial and gender disparity that remain entrenched. The gender gap in graduate unemployment rates, which is 15% for women versus the 8.9% for men, is evident, and it illuminates the urgency of institutional and cultural transformation. We must ensure these frameworks are implemented with both rigor and empathy, recognizing that equality is a cultural shift as much as it is a legal mandate. Sustainability is about building a future that can endure. Our future depends on the sustainability of our labor market that operates within a sustainable environment. South Africa advocates for a green transition that is equitable, balancing our economic needs with our environmental responsibilities. This transition must safeguard jobs, while also creating new opportunities in green industries, renewable energy, and climate-resilient sectors. Sustainability also means building resilient labor institutions that can adapt to technological change, global shocks, and demographic shifts. As job losses occur in traditional sectors, investment in renewable energy, the waste economy, and the circular economy offers pathways for new employment. The justice of this transition hinges on upskilling, redeployment, and social protections for those affected. Globally, bridging skills gaps is key. Reports such as those of the World Economic Forum, which is Future of Jobs report of 2025, emphasize that integrating green skills training into current programs could unlock jobs and accelerate project rollouts, particularly for women and youth. Our task is to ensure that no worker, no community is left behind as we move towards a low-carbon inclusive economy. The ministerial declaration adopted at the G20 Employment Ministers meeting that was held in Georgia recently, and other G20 ministerial declarations underscore global commitments that align closely with the values and priorities we uphold at NEDLAC. They emphasize advancing commitment to building more prosperous economies by fostering a sustainable and a resilient workforce, recognizing the urgent need to address inequalities and promote fairness in the world of work, and ensuring decent work. This includes promoting gender equality, protecting vulnerable workers, especially in informal and platform economy, and fostering a just transition towards a sustainable green economy. In conclusion, Madam Chair, distinguished guests, advancing solidarity, equality, and sustainability is a blueprint for our nation's prosperity, that of the world, and that of the world globally. Let this 30th annual summit be more than symbolic. Let us leave this summit with renewed commitment to embed a just transition that protects current jobs while fostering new ones in emerging green industries, that ensure employment equity is robustly enforced across all sectors, especially in leadership pipelines, that delivers training and development in underserved areas to empower youth and reduce disparities, that modernizes labor systems to keep pace with automation, artificial intelligence, and digital innovation. Over the past year, NEDLAC has continued to be the place where difficult but necessary conversations are held. Their 2024-2025 annual report reflects achievements, but also challenges we must confront together. I commend NEDLAC for its consistent, excellent performance towards addressing the very pressing socio-economic challenges facing our country, and for achieving, for consecutive years, a clean audit outcome. Together, through NEDLAC, we can transform dialogue into decisive action for a South Africa that belongs to all. I thank you, Madam Program Director. On that note, as the program suggests, allow me to bring to you the one and only, the one who's known for his calm, resolve, and coalition building. The Deputy President is a key figure in the Government of National Unity. He is the leader of government business and the chairperson of the GNU Clearinghouse Mechanism, a political dispute mechanism of the GNU. He is the chairperson of the IMC of the National Dialogue. DP was born at Gerardsville, Pretoria. He became the Deputy President of the governing African National Congress, the ANC, because it is still the one that is leading with that 72% in government. Though we got 40%, but in government, in terms of the ministries, we are above 70%. He became the Deputy President of the GNU government, or of the governing ANC at the time, in 2022 in December. Before his re-election to that position, he was the ANC Treasurer General from December 2017 and acting ANC Secretary General from January 2022. Formerly an anti-apartheid activist in the United Democratic Front, Honorable His Excellency Mr. Paul Mashatile was a member of the President Jacob Zuma's first cabinet, serving as Deputy and Minister of Arts and Culture between 2010 and 2014. Before that, he was briefly Premier of Gauteng Province from 2008 to 2009. Yes, history has no blank pages. Between 1996 and 2008, and later between 2014 and 2018, he held several ministerial portfolios in Gauteng provincial government. Please welcome Shipokosha Paulus Mashatile, South Africa's Deputy President and a key political stalwart.
Employment and Labour, Honorable Nomakosa Zanameth, Cabinet Ministers, MECs and Deputy Ministers present, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Labour, Honorable Boyce Makosonke Maneli, Members of Parliament present, Acting Director General and senior government officials, international organizations representatives, Executive Director of NEDLAC, Mr. Makuku Mampuru, leaders of organized business and labor, civil society, members of the media, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. As we mark the 30th Annual NEDLAC Summit, it is worthwhile to evaluate our progress in relation to the objectives that motivated the establishment of this significant forum. The National Economic Development and Labour Council, NEDLAC, was established as a platform through which government, labor, business, and community organizations engage in social dialogue and seek to cooperate through problem solving and negotiation on economic, labor, development issues, and other related challenges facing our country. We are therefore gathered here to celebrate 30 years of social dialogue and planning for the future. We must recognize NEDLAC's significant contribution to alleviating unemployment, economic inequity, and poverty through inclusive economic development over the last 3 decades. Over the years, NEDLAC has played a central role in shaping policies that are designed to improve the socio-economic advancement of South Africa. However, we must acknowledge that together as social partners in this council, we still have a huge responsibility to address persistent challenges of poverty, unemployment, and inequality. We have reached a milestone that necessitates for profound thought, self-correction, and responding to the call for all of us to pull together to strengthen areas where we have not done well. NEDLAC's active role in influencing policies related to labor relations, training, skills development, social security, and various socio-economic matters over the past 30 years is commendable. This involvement has fostered collaboration among South Africans, advancing democracy, strengthening social dialogue, and addressing economic and labor market challenges. When addressing the 4th Annual Summit, former President Nelson Mandela made the following observation: foremost amongst our challenges is job creation. Our democratic gains will remain fragile and our freedom shallow if they do not bring real improvements in the lives of our people, especially the poor. All of us do recognize that job creation is critical to the alleviation of poverty. It is concerning that 26 years later, South Africa is still grappling with the same challenges as stated by former President Mandela. The latest quarterly labor force survey for the second quarter of 2025 reveals persistent labor market disparities, with a national unemployment rate of 33.2%, with women bearing a heavier burden at 35.9% compared to 31.0% for men, a 4.9 percentage point difference. This situation will further be aggravated by the implementation of 30% tariffs on South African exports to the United States. The increase in US tariffs will continue to threaten the already unstable jobs in agriculture, automotive industry, manufacturing, and the mining sector, with the potential of wiping out thousands of jobs and livelihoods. I am aware that this forum does not directly create jobs, but rather promotes an enabling environment through measures such as sector-specific interventions, SME support, skills development programs, and employment initiative. That is why NEDLAC must continue to intensify its effort to provide oversight for Jobs Summit agreements, support small and medium-sized businesses and youth entrepreneurs, develop sector-specific interventions, and ensure labor market policies that promote inclusive growth and decent work. As social partners, we have the ability to alter the path and trajectory of our nations by uniting in pursuit of a collective objective, motivated by our shared values. As a nation, we must draw lessons from one another as we work to rejuvenate our economy, decrease unemployment, and foster inclusive growth. Therefore, the National Dialogue, a people-centered initiative, is crucial for addressing the frustrations and needs of ordinary South Africans. It aims to unite South Africans, heal past wounds, and chart a common path forward. It is commendable that the first convention of the National Dialogue, held from the 15th to the 16th of August 2025 at the University of South Africa, was a successful event. The event brought together representatives from government, business, civil society, and various sectors to establish a foundation for a comprehensive national dialogue that will help take South Africa forward. In the next few months, we must ensure that as a people, we emerge with a compact and consensus on a South Africa we want beyond 2030, likely aligning our vision with the Freedom Charter, which called for us to establish a South Africa that belongs to everyone, black and white. The historical adoption of the Freedom Charter, an initiative led by Professor Z.K. Matthews, and current national dialogues exemplify consistency in a unified effort to galvanize individuals and organizations towards shared national objectives. The national dialogue is rooted in the principles and praxis of the Freedom Charter, a legacy that defines the country's aspirations for an improved future. As we consider the history of our past and what we seek to achieve as a nation, this year's theme, advancing solidarity, equality, and sustainability in the economy and labor market, is both significant and relevant. What we need to be honest about is that the journey towards true solidarity, equality, and sustainability is still lengthy and challenging, but achievable. This journey demands steadfast dedication, courageous action, and a shared vision that goes beyond personal interests. In this sense, solidarity means recognizing that our country's progress depends on our capacity to support the most vulnerable members of our society. It unites society as a moral requirement, bridging gaps and building a fair future in a world of escalating inequities and dividing forces. Moreover, solidarity is crucial for collective action in South Africa, enabling conflict resolution and sustainable policy development. Solidarity guarantees the hearing and respect of diverse voices from government, labor, business, and the community, thereby promoting consensus building and cooperation. Our duty is to nurture and amplify the spirit of solidarity in every decision we make, every policy we enact, and every interaction we engage in. I must highlight that NEDLAC has been instrumental in promoting worker solidarity through collective bargaining, dispute resolution, and extending protection to non-standard employees. Ladies and gentlemen, as we continue to embark on this journey towards planning for the future, we must all play a collective role towards advancing inclusive economic growth and social equity. On 10th May 2024, the Minister in the Presidency responsible for planning, monitoring, and evaluation launched the NEDLAC 30-year project. The aim of this project is to reflect on the 30 years of South Africa's democracy, analyze achievements and lessons learned from 1994 to 2024, and come up with firm proposals to plan for the future. We are optimistic that the NEDLAC 30-year project will, amongst other things, come up with proposals that will assist government to fast-track programs that are aimed at improving energy efficiency, infrastructure development, local government reforms, logistics, public transport, and digital transformation. In this regard, the NEDLAC 30-year project should assist government to accelerate the implementation of structural reforms aimed at achieving faster, more inclusive, and sustainable economic growth as envisaged by Operation Vulindlela. We must concentrate our efforts to promoting equality. This should entail the dismantling of systemic barriers that sustain discrimination and exclusion, thereby establishing equal opportunities for all. The founding declaration of NEDLAC emphasizes growth, equity, and participation. As social partners, it is our responsibility to ensure greater social equity in the workplace and communities, address large-scale inequalities, and provide basic needs for all people, thereby promoting growth and participation. Through NEDLAC's dialogue and engagements, we have advanced workplace transformation and improved employment equity as mandated by the Employment Equity Act. The NEDLAC social dialogue has resulted in amendments to labor law and initiatives such as the Presidential Employment Stimulus, all of which focus on promoting affirmative action to foster a more equitable workforce. With the revised Employment Equity Act, we are determined to address the slow pace of transformation, particularly in relation to Black Africans and their representation at senior levels in workplaces. We are pleased that in accordance with rules and sectoral objectives released by the Department of Labor and Employment and Labor, all this with 50 or more workers have submitted their 2025 employment equity. Needed transformation in our society with inclusion for equal opportunities for all South Africans, regardless of race, gender, or color, and should be taken seriously as it does not guarantee job loss for any worker. We also understand that equality will require us to accelerate our efforts in skills development, youth empowerment, and bridging the gap between rural and urban economies. As such, on the 29th of August, we launched the Jet Skills Desk and the National Jet Skills Advisory Forum, which are pillars of South Africa's just energy transition skills portfolio. The launch is implemented due to our acknowledgement of the need for a comprehensive plan that encompasses educational reform and skilled labor. We seek to ensure that all South Africans, particularly those living in coal-dependent and underprivileged regions, can engage in the green economy. Thus, we refer to sustainability as a notion of fulfilling the demands of the current generation without jeopardizing the capacity of future generations to satisfy their own needs, which includes a harmonious combination of environmental, social, and economic factors. The Just Transition Framework provides us with an opportunity to shift to a low-carbon economy while protecting jobs and communities for the future. Business, labor, and government must continue to work together to balance energy security, industrial competitiveness, and climate justice. In summary, the theme of solidarity, equality, sustainability, which is also the G20 theme, aligns with South Africa's foreign policy priorities and the African philosophy of Ubuntu, I am because you are. It provides us with a unique opportunity to confront the critical issue as a collective in the African continent. In our pursuit of global sustainable development, we will take into account the necessity of maintaining a balance between economic growth, social inclusion, and environmental stewardship to address the current requirements of the world and future generations. Through the G20 engagement groups, we are strengthening ties and expanding dialogue with civil society and non-governmental organizations. This is because we believe that collaboration across the global community is critical as we work to address our most serious issues, such as poverty, unemployment, and inequality. Allow me to conclude by highlighting that through various initiatives, NEDLAC has played a central role in advancing social dialogue that underpins democratic governance. The work done here has contributed to stability in the labor market, including policy making, and shaped reforms such as retirement savings, employment equity, and energy transition policies. As we look ahead, NEDLAC's role in driving consensus will be critical to navigating global uncertainties and domestic economic challenges. I call upon all constituencies, business, labor, community, and government to deepen the spirit of partnership. Let us reaffirm our commitment to shared growth, inclusive transformation, and sustainable development. As we mark the 30th annual summit, let us celebrate the progress we have made, but also recommit to the hard work that lies ahead. Together, through solidarity, equality, and sustainability, we can build an economy and labor market that reflect the aspirations of all South Africans. Program Director, with those few words, I thank you.
Thank you, Deputy President. Honorable Mr. Paul Mashatile. Can we have another round of applause, please? Thank you to the Deputy President for sharing his insights with us and also lessons learned over the last 30 years in building NEDLAC as an institution for social dialogue. We also thank you for your support with regards to the national dialogue and bringing citizens as critical and active participants in their own development. I'd also want to thank the Minister of Employment and Labour for sharing her insights and wish to assure her that she has more friends than enemies on employment equity in this room. On that note, may I please invite the Executive Director of NEDLAC to come and give us his report over the past year. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Did I switch it off? Thank you, Program Director. Mr. Deputy President, I hope he's still hearing us, even if he's not, for presiding over this annual summit of NEDLAC. Thank you very much. Minister Meth, Deputy Minister Sbiya, please allow me to stand on the protocol as already established. I'm going to try my best not to be too long. This is how I do it. So I'll be giving the report of NEDLAC for the 30th year running. And this one, and as may well have been with Lisa previously. I'm giving it together with my institutional twin, Ms. Dora Mudisi. I don't know if many people know her. May I ask Dora to stand so that people see you? So where I talk things that I don't seem to know much about, that would be her. Dora Mudisi is the Executive Director of the Presidential Climate Commission. So I want to just, and it helps me to settle my nerves. I want to say that Dora and I started in February. So it has been the passing of the baton. So many here know Dr. Crispian Olver, the inaugural Executive Director of the Presidential Climate, and you know Lisa Seftel. So the genders are swapped. In the previous era, it was the female that headed NEDLAC and the male that headed the Presidential Climate Commission. And those roles are now swapped. So there's younger, better-looking people now at the helm of both entities. Just on a lighter note. So those are the things I would like to cover in our report, our summit theme. And I'm grateful that both the minister and the deputy president have spoken a lot on the theme of this summit. So I don't have to go into too much detail about it. But it's essentially related to the presidency of the country of the G20 this year. More than that, all the constituencies at NEDLAC are conveners of sectoral gatherings, whether it's business, whether it's labor, whether it's civil society. And it would have been remiss of us not to create a repository for those for those engagements. And indeed, the Department of Employment and Labor too has been convening a working group on employment and labor. And essentially that's why we have opted for this as our theme for this year. So we understand it as a composite: solidarity, equality, and sustainability. And we understand it also in its segmented form, with aspects of solidarity being of relevance to NEDLAC, aspects of equality being of relevance to NEDLAC, aspects to sustainability being of relevance to NEDLAC. So as we give this report, we invite you to keep reflecting back on the relevance of this theme, both to the G20 process as well as to NEDLAC itself. We start by doing a bit of contextualizing where we are and how we happen to be there. In preparing this report, it occurred to me that in 1994, post the 1994 elections, we actually had certain things, features, that are in a way contradictory but lessons for 2024, 30 years later. I mean, the 1994 elections, there was no doubt as to who won the elections. The 2024 elections left the country with no clear leader or winner of the elections. And yet, as you can see with the picture there, and I think Minister Met has made a reference, as happened in 1994, there's a government of national unity. And we have a government of national unity again this year. The government of national unity of 1994, and you know, NEDLAC is one of those very clear relics of CODESA. So the government of national unity was a choice that was made by the founding fathers of our democracy. It was not necessitated by the outcome of the election. So now 2024 was necessitated by the outcome of the election. And one of the things that didn't have to be there, didn't have to be prepared in 1994, is a statement of intent which signaled political and government priorities for collaboration in government. It also sought to provide clarity for citizens and investors on the direction. So we all are sensitized of what was obtaining in South Africa leading up to that election. The government of national unity, forgive our typo there, developed a medium-term development plan. And this becomes clearer as we go, which frames how government will allocate resources. That plan is essential for restoring fiscal discipline. One point we don't make there in the statement of intent, which becomes clearer as we go, is that reference was also made to a national dialogue. And I'm grateful to the Minister and the Deputy President for acknowledging the role that NEDLAC has played. With many participants, many partners participant in the national dialogue, doing it on a sort of voluntary basis. Ourselves as NEDLAC, it's not voluntary. The President said it on TV. You must host the secretariat there. So we have to make it do. We have to make it happen. With respect to the population, it's a youth-centric population that we have in South Africa. There's persistent unemployment, and as we demonstrate further down, the GDP is quite modest. Then, of course, as if that's not enough, we have to deal with the latest tariffs. I'll refer a little bit more to the tariffs down the line. I just want to run through the population information which you are very much aware of which 82% is African and just about 2% is Asian Indian. And 63 million of us are in South Africa in terms of the medium term. So that is a map of the outcome of elections, but it's actually also a map of South Africa that gives you a sense of who governs where, if you're familiar with the color scheme. I've made this reference to the issues of the economy. Unemployment is still stubborn, especially youth unemployment. Structural challenges include slow economic growth, skills mismatches, energy and logistics constraints, which limit job creation, and so on and so forth. The GDP is still stuck around 1%, goes up a bit below every now and then. And issues of services, finance, and manufacturing remain key contributions, but weak investment and reduced consumer spending weigh on economic momentum. This is the point I've made reference to, the tariffs. And we make 4 points there, because eventually they end up at NEDLAC. There's high retaliatory tariffs that threaten key export sectors and employment. US also suspended aid, which affected development programs, including with respect to public health. A politicized refugee initiative targeting white South Africans, and one doesn't have to go into too much detail. There's been jokes made about it. And may Sidi Madia rest in peace. A diplomatic breakdown marked by ambassadorial expulsions, and we still don't have an ambassador from South Africa to the US and vice versa. The tariffs also, much as they have not been that acrimonious with respect to the EU, but still, we still have issues on steel, on aluminium, on green goods, which affect emerging markets, including South Africa. And the trade tensions and tariff policies, which basically have created much tension between the BRICS countries, African countries on the one side, AGOA, as well as the normally developed Western world. And then there's the issues of Palestine, where South Africa has taken a real direct interest. There's issues of Ukraine, as well as one of the worst conflicts on the African continent in Sudan. Now, this is the context within which NEDLAC has had to perform its work. So you'll pick this up in terms of some of the policies and the bills that have gone through NEDLAC. You'll pick it up in terms of the challenges that NEDLAC has had to process. So I will not go into all the detail of some of these engagements that have been concluded. Some of them have made headline news, so it won't be good not to mention the Tobacco Products and Electronic Delivery Systems Control Bill. It's now in Parliament. Good luck to Parliament in processing it. We've had our fair share of that. There's the Gas Amendment Bill that we have considered. There's a second amendment to the Immigration Regulations Act. There's the National Labour Migration Policy, Expanded Public Works Program, Social Services Practitioners Bill, Electronic Deeds Registration Bill. And then, of course, there's lots of work on the labor law reform. I saw a media statement coming here. I don't know if it has materialized and come to pass. that we may expect a protest pertaining to the 47 amendments to the Labour Relations Act and the 13 amendments to the Basic Conditions of Employment Act and the 2 amendments to the probably National Minimum Wage Act. There may not be big protests on it, and the 3 amendments to the Employment Equity Act. But essentially, NEDLAC has been busy on the policy and legislation enactments areas. And then, of course, we have encountered lots of challenges. Some of the challenges have to do with the work that we have had to do. Some of the challenges have to do with the social partners at NEDLAC not experiencing the kind of progress, the agency in what they would like to see. For example, the delays in the payment of the temporary employer-employee relief scheme have been of concern to the partners at NEDLAC. Slow resolution of COVID-19 TERS backlog payments, another concern. Lack of progress in addressing systemic changes within the unemployment insurance fund, as well as within the compensation fund. I'm happy to say that some of these have since been pushed to some extent, and there's a bit of progress with respect to all of those. Of course, I've made lots of reference to the issues that are emerging as a result of the labor market space. So, the tobacco, sometimes I wonder if we are still friends with some of our social partners on the tobacco bill, but I think we're making lots of progress there. We could not reach consensus on this particular bill, and that's what we reported to Parliament. And then, of course, the other 2 aspects are more administrative. We'll go into a lot more detail with respect to each one of our various units within NEDLAC. I don't want to dwell too much on those. I just want to go to I'll pass that as well. Those who are interested can read. We'll publish this report. We have processed Section 77 notices. We have sought to deliver constituencies to train and develop capacity for our constituencies. Basically, this is what we exist for. You may have seen some of those that are passed by. We have managed to achieve 88% of our work as NEDLAC, and that's just 2 aspects which have to do with reporting that we're not able to deliver in time. And this is the reason I had asked Dora to stand. From the point of view of the Presidential Climate Commission, there are certain policy and scientific recommendations that we have arrived at. We have approved policy recommendations on the National Climate Change Response Fund at the December meeting. That's on the 6th of December. And we've had scientific briefing documents that are now in progress on SA Climate Finance Landscape Report, as well as 3 sector studies on adaptation to climate change, agriculture, water, and the built environment. And we have had stakeholder consultations in the areas of agriculture, of water, and of the built environment. I don't want to bore you with our corporate services work, but this is what really keeps us going as a small entity with relatively small staff, but having to punch above our weight. That's more a reflection of a 3-year financial performance on the part of NEDLAC, essentially reflecting that this is our 2nd year in a row where we have achieved a clean audit. Now, people keep asking the question, but is there still a role for NEDLAC? And so we have undertaken the study that the Deputy President has made reference to. And in terms of that study, which we published late last year, we've been able to confirm that we continue to have a critical role in strengthening social dialogue, in economic recovery and transformation, in inclusive growth and social protection. We still need to continue to build the capacity of NEDLAC as well as engage with social partners. And that's essentially why we're saying there continues to be a role for NEDLAC. Following our assignment to house the Secretariat of the National Dialogue, a lot has been happening, and it's going to be even more going forward. So we are going to create capacity for the National Dialogue, a secretariat for that purpose, so that the work that happens in communities continues to be felt internationally and all over the country. So basically, NEDLAC is now required or expected to take its experiences of running social dialogue exchanges between the social partners, the 4 social partners, to demonstrate that that kind of capacity can be used for the benefit of all of South Africa. It says thank you there, but I want to do several thank yous. The first thank you is to Crispian Olver and Lisa Seftel. We are actually basking in their glory here. So Dora and I found going concerns, which actually adds serious challenges to us, because, you know, if you get to an organization and the bar is on the floor, all you need to do is raise it a little bit. But what do you do with a bar that is already here? Your biggest challenge is that it mustn't drop. So we are very conscious of the challenge that has been left us by Dr. Oliver and Ms. Seftel, and we are grateful to them for keeping it going that way. They also have left us fairly capable, generally young staff complement, which in my case at least, I think in Dora's case, that they are very excited about this summit. In fact, they've been coaching me on a lot of things, what to dress, how to look. And all. So I have to start with the dress. So I tried. I think being back home has made me gain a bit of weight. So that's why I'm not wearing a suit. The time it would be protruding. But more importantly, though, we are grateful to our social partners. We don't always agree with. In fact, I can tell you, Minister, I don't think I've told anyone. The social partners, I don't know if they've made peace with it, but they were not quite happy with us being given the role to house the Secretariat of the National Dialogue. In fact, I always say this half-jokingly. Whenever I meet with the overall conveners and they are in agreement on anything, I worry. And one of the things that they are in agreement on was that don't use our resources, and they mean financial, institutional, infrastructure, human, on this national dialogue thing of yours. Wait until you are given money in order to get it going. And for that, I'm grateful, Minister, I'm grateful, DG, that although it was towards the last minute, you did advance us some money to help in the convention, in the first national convention. And we look forward to that improving even further. There are dynamics in the labor market, in the economy, in industry, in trade, and in all aspects that define who NEDLAC is, that keep becoming dynamic, that keep changing. For example, the platform economy. So we are not too worried about not having a lot of work. What we are worried about is whether we will live up to expectations. But with you on our side, we look forward to doing it even better. Here is to the next 30 years.
I'm going to expect a check from the constituencies for keeping the ED here. He was about to run away, but in order to get the comments, I think he must be here. Thank you, Executive Director. I would now like to invite leaders of social partners to join us on stage in reflecting on the performance of NEDLAC over the past year. Please may I ask Mr. Keza Moyane from Business, Mr. Skumbuzo Mpanza from Community, and Mr. Gerald Twala from the Organized Labor. Please give them a round of applause. Noted, Minister. Noted. Business is ready. Please take it away, Mr. Moyane.
So, in the interest of time, I know you've given me about 5 minutes, right? I will make sure that I do not ramble on. But I just wanted to say, Minister, it may be all men, but there is diversity. Some of us are quite good looking. And I can wear my suit. I can wear my suit. Program Director, Deputy President Paul Mashatile, Minister Meth, Deputy Minister Sibia, I don't see now, and DG Morisane, distinguished guests, colleagues, I greet you all. Having the privilege of serving as the overall convener for business in NEDLAC and having witnessed and participated in the work of this organization, it gives me pleasure to give a few remarks in response to the performance report that was delivered by Executive Director Mampuru. It is pleasing that NEDLAC has once again achieved almost all of its core objectives for the financial year 2024-2025, especially in the face of serious financial challenges and the context that the Executive Director outlined for us in the beginning. We congratulate NEDLAC on achieving a second successive clean audit, which bears testimony to an improved control environment and good governance in the institution. On the policy and legislative front, I would like to highlight a couple of areas. First, it was in September 2024 when the retirement reform that we commonly know as a two-pot system went live. Very few people outside this room will probably appreciate that it was NEDLAC social partners that actually brought this to life. It brought much needed relief to a lot of workers who are in financial distress, whilst at the same time ensuring that the majority of their savings get preserved for eventual retirement. The second area I would like to highlight is the labor law reforms. It was the latest round of labor law reforms. It is a process that was started some time back, but it finally concluded in November last year. And from our side, it was ably led by my colleague Johnny Goldberg, It was an intensive process. Minister Matthew highlighted about 47 amendments to the Labour Relations Act and a few other changes or amendments to other pieces of legislation as well. Although these reforms are being criticized in some quarters, including from those who were at the negotiation table at NEDLAC, I just want to highlight that they do reflect the aspirations of the social partners in their quest to encourage economic growth without eroding essential labor protections. I highlight these two areas to demonstrate the significance of NEDLAC's convening power when it comes to social partners and seeking or facilitating solutions. Of course, there are areas where things could have improved or been done better. Areas where, despite best efforts, NEDLAC was not always successful. Some of them were mentioned by the Executive Director. Again, I would like to highlight two areas. First, there is a worrying trend among some government departments, and some of them are serial offenders, to outrightly bypass NEDLAC or grudgingly engage NEDLAC. It is a worrying trend, and this is despite clear legislative imperatives in the NEDLAC legislation that advises that all policy or legislative proposals that have significant socio-economic impacts must go to NEDLAC. So one area that the Executive Director highlighted was the tobacco bill. It took a lot of to and froing between NEDLAC and the social partners, the Deputy President's Office, and the portfolio committee chairs to eventually get that bill back to NEDLAC. And even when it did get there, it was on a much truncated time frame, which did not, in my view, allow for proper consideration. So that is something that I think needs improvement. Second, Minister, an area that is also worrying. In a country that is plagued by high unemployment and job losses, the failures and inefficiencies at the UIF are troubling. Efforts by business and labor to get answers and to secure accountability remain in vain. And this is an institution that sits squarely within the ministry that is also accountable for NEDLAC, and I think we can do better. So this brings me to the NEDLAC would like to see in the next 5 years. In my view, the successes of NEDLAC depend on a few factors. One is respect. Social partners should continue to respect each other, even when they differ on matters of principle. The fact that NEDLAC continues to be a shining example of what a true house of social dialogue should be on the continent underscores this very fact. However, an impactful NEDLAC also requires the commitment of all of government, to equally respect it. This means that all policy proposals that have significant socio-economic impacts must be brought to NEDLAC before being introduced in Parliament. The second point is solidarity. Collaboration between and among social partners will remain critical. This means we have to respect each other's points of view, even when we disagree. But there is another aspect to solidarity. As South Africa and other African countries begin to explore ways to improve intracontinental trade, especially under the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, NEDLAC should actively link up with sister organizations in other countries on the continent and share learnings and experiences. And I'm sure the kinds of symposia that we have started are a mechanism to do just that. And that, in my view, is something that we should really build on and increase. The third point is resourcing. In my view, an efficient and an effective NEDLAC must be properly capacitated, including in terms of financial resources. If the work that NEDLAC does helps to stimulate growth in the economy, it is only fair that the organization should receive adequate resources for its work. And finally, Executive Director, you can always count on the support of business as a social partner in the work of NEDLAC, and not as an enemy. Where we do disagree, Minister, even on employment equity matters, we do so on principle, but we do so knowing that NEDLAC is for all of us. It can only succeed if we all work together. And if we have to sometimes disagree and get even a court to tell us which way to go, we'll do so respecting each other, not as enemies. I thank you.
No, thanks very much, Program Director, Madam Lita. You could see that all my colleagues who are sitting in front there, they are tall. I am not short, but I'm down to earth. So that's the difference. And greetings to the Deputy President of the country, Honorable Paul Mashatile, the Minister, Umama Kosazane, Meth, sicela usiphathe ngothando mama nangomusa. Umama baphathana kahle. Deputy Minister Ubabu Jomo Sbiya Sotopa, greeting you and acting DG. Siyabonga siswethu siphathe ngomusa nawe. I will just be biased because I'm not the overall convener, but the overall convener is our comrade Tulan Echefuta of the civil society. But he decided to allocate this responsibility to one of the sectors in the civil society, which is SANCO, Isivi Kabahlali. Now, because SANCO takes NEDLAC work very serious through the General Secretary of SANCO, Comrade Mike Sogo, we have deployed the top leadership of SANCO, and in our presence we've got Comrade Chris Malemaja, who's the first Deputy President of SANCO and who's also a Member of Parliament in the department, in the portfolio of transport, and also the General Secretary, Comrade Mike Sogo. So we just want that leadership. By the way, sonke la singabahlala ngithi. Yeah, usanki wonophethe la. Anyway, comrades, thanks very much for that. And also I want to assure you, Minister, that the civil society that is here does not hate government. Unlike the one that you talked about or you've seen at the National Dialogue. Angithi niyavuma civil society? Nazok. On behalf of the civil society constituents, we welcome the opportunity to reflect on the performance of NEDLAC for the 2024-25 financial year. The 30th NEDLAC annual summit takes place against the backdrop of the 7th anniversary of the Freedom Charter since the Congress of the People on the 26th of June, 1995 in Kliptown. This is a significant milestone for our society because the Freedom Charter has been the defining pinnacle of our policy, both pre and post 1994. So of greater relevance to the work of the NEDLAC is that the thrust of our economic policies and programs must be foregrounded and buttressed on the injunction of the Freedom Charter that, open quote, that the people shall share on the country's wealth, close quote. The clause on the people shall share on the country's wealth highlights a persistent challenge of giving economic meaning to the content of our freedom, and more so when the agenda for economic transformation is under siege. All our endeavors must seek to place the people at the center of the economic activity to participate, contribute, and benefit. The summit is proposed to be convened under the theme Advancing Solidarity, Equality, and Sustainability in the Economy and the Labor Market. The essence of the theme of the South African G20 presidency on solidarity, equality, sustainability is about coexistence, collaborations, and partnerships. You cannot be in solidarity with yourself. You cannot be equal to yourself. Measures of sustainability outlive oneself. This further suggests that as social partners, we can play different but very complementary roles together. So over the 2024-25 reporting period, the NEDLAC social partners were seized with the successful conclusion of legislative and policy engagements, the facilitation of strategic dialogues, research outputs, institutional reviews. This covered a range of substantive issues, including, amongst others, the bills that have been covered by the executive director of NEDLAC. I'm not going to mention them because they were reflected very clearly on the screen in his presentation. The social partners finalized the report on review of 30 years of democracy project, reflecting on the achievements and lessons learned over the past 30 years of democracy, and proposed recommendations for consideration by NEDLAC, social partners, and the 7th administration. In this reporting period, we witnessed the 6th national and provincial elections that marked 30 years of democracy, resulting into the establishment of the government of national unity. Now we all know the disruptive elements of coalition governments that we have seen in municipalities have also started to show in the provincial and national spheres of the GNU. The delayed approval of the national budget, namely the appropriation bill, is a clear demonstration of the case in point. We believe that the priorities of the GNU, as encapsulated in the medium-term development plan, are aligned to the most pressing needs of our society. The work of the GNU will need more active citizen participation on governance structures and processes to safeguard the plight of the people and communities. The civil society constituency, once again, convened a very successful annual civil society policy school and dialogue as a platform to report and account back to our constituency on the progress of the work we do at NEDLAC. The platform is also used to consult and source mandate on issues that will constitute our agenda for policy advocacy for the year ahead. In addition to the other broad consultative platforms of engagement, the annual Civil Society Policy School and Dialogue welcomed the incorporation of the Civil Societies South Africa as a national apex body for better coordination of civil society in South Africa. The organization will be officially launched in the second semester of 2020-25. As civil society, we wish to reiterate our commitment to the meaningful social dialogue in our national discourse. We believe that all social partners can play different but complementary roles in addressing our national development. Admittedly, we still have a long way to go in leading structures and processes of social dialogue that are genuinely inclusive, representative, meaningful, and truly democratic. The completion of the review of the NEDLAC founding documents is a welcome progress and development towards repositioning NEDLAC to be fit for the purpose. We also wish to state our unwavering support, Minister, for the South African National Dialogue. We believe that social dialogue will be a crucial currency if the processes of the national dialogue are to be meaningful. If anything, the First National Convention has laid bare the glaring trust deficit that is growing into questions of legitimacy, which on its own should be a reason for a deeper dialogue amongst ourselves. When the supposed role players become the subjects of debate themselves, the real issues are suffocated. The impatience of the people with the dialogue should be understood to be a clarion call to action. The transformation agenda is under siege. The anti-transformation voice is emboldened and organized without any shame. In addition to other instruments, we should support the establishment of the Transformation Fund as we believe it can play a strategic and a catalytic role in addressing several economic imperatives. Equally, cannot be achieved without raising the base of marginalized people through deliberate implementation of measures that support empowerment and transformation. The NEDLAC Civil Society Constituency is leading a broad-based civil society organizations under the hashtag Civil Society 20, C20 Official Engagement Group. This will represent the voice of the people and communities in all structures and processes of G20, including social summit and the leaders summit through thoughtful policy proposals. In conclusion, Madam Program Director, we wish to congratulate and welcome the new executive NEDLAC, Mr. Makuku Mampuru, and wish him well in the leadership and management of NEDLAC. You can also rest assured of the support of the civil society, but as I told you yesterday, it's not a blank check. We will support you, but not a blank check. So surely you will also support us without a blank check. In the occasion of this 30th anniversary and annual summit of NEDLAC, we wish also to acknowledge that one of our fountains of wisdom, Mam Laura Nondwe Joyce Khanyako, was there from the beginning of NEDLAC. We wish to appreciate her wisdom and leadership in the work of civil society and society at large. And I would like Umam Laura to stand up. I-veteran yethu ke la kwi-NEDLAC siyabonga mama inkosi ikubusise, and we thank you and siyabonga kakhulu. Thank you.
Well, thanks very much, Program Director. Let me acknowledge the Deputy President of the Republic, Paul Mashatile, the Minister of Employment and Labor, Nomakosa Zanameth, the Deputy Minister, Jomo Sivia, the Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Employment and Labor, the acting DG of the department, and I'm told there are other DGs who are present here, amongst them the DG of Tourism, the ILO Country Director, Mr. Alexio Musindo, who's amongst us as well, leadership of government, business, community, and most importantly, our organized labor leaders who are here, represented by COSATU, led by the General Secretary, Comrade Soli Brasox from BREDS, FEDUSA, led by the President, Godfrey Slimatsila, NACTU, led by the Deputy General Secretary, Comrade Tobejan, and SAFTU, led by the Deputy President, Comrade Musima Mariji. The Executive Director of NEDLAC, Makuku Mampur, and your team, colleagues, guests, and members of the media, all protocol observed. It is a pleasure to be with you today. And this is a privilege we do not take lightly as organized labor. When NEDLAC was established in 1995, it defined the three fundamental challenges facing the new democracy, which are sustainable economic growth, greater social equity, increased participation by all major stakeholders in economic decision-making. We are confident that NEDLAC remains a key platform for social dialogue and compacts going forward, and should be protected and be defended by all of us. We do think that there should be no section of the community or society that should feel left out of NEDLAC and social dialogue in our country. It is critical that government, social partners, and NEDLAC Secretariat do not rest on the laurels of past victories. We have seen during the decade of state capture how fragile institutions of governance can be. We must continue to push government and ourselves as social partners to do more to bring that better life for all, a lived reality for all our people. Whilst we are gathered here to reflect on the work done at NEDLAC and the challenges we endeavor to tackle going forward, we must always remember the fundamental challenges facing our nation. We face a crippling unemployment rate of 42.9%, and an unbelievable unemployment rate of 71.7% for young people between 15 and 24 years of age. We face a collapse of a national industrial capacity driven by a neoliberal economic agenda that prioritizes profit over people and leave a job bloodbath in its wake. It hollows out the state, strangling us with struggling public and municipal services, stagnant economic growth, and entrenched levels of poverty, inequality, crime, and corruption. This is a crisis and a national emergency. It cannot be business as usual. However, we commend the work done by NEDLAC Collective over the past years. In particular, the implementation of the long-sought two-pot pension reform, releasing over 56 billion rands to more than 3.5 million highly indebted workers. This is a social compact in action, and most importantly, one that has improved the lives of workers across the nation. More needs to be done to ease tax pain on this intervention. We welcome work done to ensure the African Continental Free Trade Area will be anchored upon accelerating sustainable economic development and nurturing fragile sectors and jobs. Important work has been done to ensure workers' hard-won gains are secured in our labor laws, and we extend these protections to vulnerable workers. More must be done to ensure a progressive people-centered budget to deal with the crisis of employers defaulting on pension fund contributions, the archaic system frustrating thousands of workers seeking relief due to them from the unemployment insurance and compensation funds. We need to engage to ensure that industries and workers are cushioned from increasingly unaffordable electricity hikes, as well as the global trade tariffs turmoil. We need to double our efforts to address the high rising cost of living, given the alarming findings from a recent Household Affordability Index report that the average South African worker spends over 57% of his or her monthly earnings on transport and electricity, leaving little room for food and other essential expenses. This cannot be normal. Of course, much has been achieved to protect and improve the lives of the working class across South Africa through NEDLAC. From the drafting of our progressive labor laws at the dawn of our democracy to saving millions of lives and livelihoods during COVID-19. The work that NEDLAC has done over those 30 years is the work that must actually be appreciated and be protected for the next generation. As we conclude, allow me to express on behalf of organized labor our sincere appreciation to the NEDLAC Secretariat, And of course, to welcome the new Executive Director, Mr. Makuku Mampuru, to the team. And our deep gratitude to the former Executive Director, Lisa Seftel, who ably led us during COVID-19 and ensured NEDLAC's role as the nation's center for such social dialogue is achieved. As organized labor, we recommit ourselves to the work of NEDLAC. And as we said when we started, this is an institution that belongs to the people of South Africa. And it must be protected and be defended by all of us. All of us have got a role to play to contribute towards building a better South Africa for all our people. I thank you.
Thank you to my esteemed panel. Please give them another round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, I realize that you have a tea break on your program. However, I am going to ask us to just do a comfort break as in stretch. I would like to thank the panel for their comments. And I would also like to please ask the panel that follows to ready themselves as soon as we're done with this segment. I would also want to acknowledge a number of countries that were present over the last 2 days that were hosted by NEDLAC. So please allow me to just mention who was in the room in the last 2 days. Some of them may have left for today, but we had delegates from Mauritius, Botswana, Zambia, Zimbabwe, Eswatini, the Comoros, Lesotho, Kenya, Algeria, Mozambique, Chad, Namibia, Nigeria, Tunisia, Senegal, South Africa, Ghana, Kenya is here twice, and Togo. Please give them a warm round of applause. And thank you again to my panel. We will have a short comfort break of 5 minutes. Please grab some coffee and come back in the room. Thank you. Oh.
But so you know, but you still call it comrade. Comrade. No, comrade. Yes, thank you very much.
sharp. We don't get a late, right? Yeah, that. Wait. Rubber sir. Colleagues, can I please ask you to take your seats? Colleagues who are outside, can you make your way in and please take your seats? Can I get a sense? Apparently the aircon is racist. Is that true? Can I get a sense of hands? Are we good with temperature? Colleagues, we will have to get started. Thank you. Please come in, take your seats. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to please acknowledge a few leaders that we did not acknowledge earlier, and I must apologize. The Director General of Tourism, who's already been acknowledged by other speakers. May I also acknowledge the leadership of the Presidential Climate Commission and the leadership of the CCMA. Minister Meth mentioned having an all-male panel earlier. We're going to correct that. Not only is the gender changing, but we also have not just Generation X, Y, and Z, but we have Generation Alpha as well. Please allow me to invite onto the stage the following four speakers. Ms. Enel Lomoyane, a grade 11 pupil from Princess High School in Soweto. Please come to the stage. Dr. Cornelia September, a former unionist and chairperson of the CCMA governing body. Please will you join us on stage? Welcome. Take a seat. Advocate Ntabiseng Sipanya Mohale, chairperson of the Commission for Gender Equality. Thank you, ma'am. And Mr. Tsegofazo Mashapu, the chief people, is it Mr.? Thank you. No, I apologize because my earlier program did not have your title. Thank you. Mr. Tsegofazo Mashapu, Chief People Officer at Siriti Resources. This panel is going to reflect on our theme of advancing solidarity, equality, and sustainability. Each one of them will tackle one of the three topics, but please may I start with Ms. Enelo Moyane from Princess High School. Please give her a warm round of applause.
Program Director, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Enelo Moyane, and I am honored to be here representing young people and learners from our schools. Thank you for giving us this platform to share our voices at this important NEDLAC 30th Annual Summit. As young people, solidarity means standing together as learners, supporting one another, and building unity in our communities. It reminds us that the challenges we face, whether it's inequality, unemployment, and climate change, requires us to work together across generations. Equality for us means that every young person, regardless of their background, gender, or circumstances, should have an equal chance to succeed. For us, this is about access to quality education, career opportunities, and being treated with respect in society. Sustainability speaks to our future. As young people, we care deeply about the environment, jobs of the future, and a society where growth does not destroy our planet. We want to inherit a country where opportunities are created responsibly, ensuring that future generations can also thrive. We are of the view that young people can be part of the solution by innovating and using technology responsibly, promoting tolerance and inclusion among peers, and raising awareness about environmental care and social justice. As young people, we commit ourselves to advancing solidarity, equality, and sustainability in our schools, communities, and future workplaces. Together with leaders, social partners, and society at large, we want to build a fairer, more united, and a more sustainable South Africa. Thank you.
Thank you. As you can see, the future is in good hands. May I please invite Dr. Cornelia September, followed by Mr. Tsogofatso Mashap. Thank you.
Oh, you're the last one.
Thank you, Program Director, the Honorable Deputy President of the Republic of South Africa, Mr. Paul Matshitila, the Honorable Minister of Employment and Labour, Minister Meth, Ministers and Deputy Ministers, Members of Parliament, leaders of organised labour, business, the community, the entire NEDLAC fraternity led by the Executive Director, Mampuru, distinguished guests, all the international guests you have mentioned also, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, goeiemorgen, assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, molweni. Kindly accept my profound honor and a privilege to address NEDLAC's 30th Annual Summit. I extend my congratulations to NEDLAC on your 30 years of existence. It's to be celebrated that NEDLAC is one of the institutions, the Labour Relations Act as one of the legislations, the Basic Conditions of Employment Act, were really one of the first set of legislations that have gone to Parliament, and hence NEDLAC is 30 years together with the 30 years of the country. And that has to be celebrated as the institution remains still, and congratulations to all. My topic that I was given is solidarity, and I have taken the liberty, Program Director, to locate it within the current debates and themes of the ongoing, yes, G20 debates, debates of social solidarity, economy, because solidarity is not, and I agree with somebody that says that it's not an issue on its own. Now, of course, solidarity in South Africa is a very familiar phenomenon. It became more than just a word. It is best known for standing together when the odds were stacked and continue to be stacked against us in the country. Solidarity, of course, is best known in the trade union movement as collective action, mutual support, the call for freedom, fairness amongst workers to achieve goals such as dignity and not poverty. Program director worldwide, there's a song on Solidarity Forever, no, not the football one, that are sung in many trade union gatherings internationally. Please don't ask me to sing now, because then all my time will go. Our democracy in the country equally bears the hallmark of having been found through collective resistance and solidarity. In a context in which significant economic, technological, and demographic changes, of course, threaten to reduce decent work opportunities at a time when the demand for employment, of course, is increasing and economic inequalities are higher than ever, the social and solidarity economy has emerged as a viable option to help address these challenges and, of course, prioritizing within it social values. You've heard a lot this morning that the G20 this year, 2025, in South Africa, is taking place at a time when insufficient economic growth, deepening inequalities are rising, and a social deficit are abound in the world. The South African economy, too, is in great need of mutual cooperation, of distributive justice, and reciprocity to foster inclusive growth and integrate the marginalized, the vulnerable groups in our society. We need a just economy. This just economy does not happen by accident. A solidarity economy, a tapestry of institutions, of infrastructure, of initiatives, anchored in values of democracy, anchored in justice, collective freedom, and people's power. Many refer to it as the bonds or ties that unite individuals and groups within a society. It is the glue that holds communities together. It fosters a sense of belonging, mutual support, and collective well-being, as some of the other speakers have said, defined as the willingness of individuals to come together and support one another in times of need. It should not be understood in its hollowness because it's influenced by social solidarity. That social solidarity is around social cohesion, cultural identity, economic inequality, social exclusion, etc. In this respect, a significant milestone was endorsed in advancing the global employment, and we have seen that the very many different partners here of NEDLAC have met and have had agreements that they have put together in their own working groups when they met. A declaration was adopted from many of these gatherings, and some of them, the Labour one, focused on enhancing youth employment and advancing gender equality in alignment with, of course, the G20's core themes of solidarity, equality, and sustainability. Earlier this year, equally so, the African Union heads also met in a first 10-year strategy on the social and solidarity economy, a commitment, they said, to institutionalize inclusive community-embedded economic models across our continent, which is supposed to be from piloting to policy. And then, of course, the list goes on. You can go to the UN, you can go to the ILO. All of them have said something about this in one way or another. And, of course, the National Development Plan. All of them are supposed to meet their targets by 2030. What will this mean? What will it mean in this next 5 years of weaving together the solidarity that I am speaking about? The world calls for an examination of what scholars advocate of the role of social economy in liberating the South African economy from its current dire state. And therefore, consideration should be given to become specific instead of general, instead of allowing the headings to become slogans. It would be important to consider the social solidarity in the economy, and there is a nexus. That nexus of society, and if you look at many of the economists, they speak about that nexus that argue education, the economy, and health, and is therefore best considered to be discussed as interrelated to provide perspectives of advancing development and sustainability. I think we all know being socio-economically disadvantaged impacts access to quality education, health. It limits economic activity, and it diminishes sustainability. And so therefore, both health and education can also be seen as vital components of growth and development, as inputs and output give health and education their central importance in economic development. Not too long ago, when I did my own research that I've done considering a social dimension in the spend on educational finance, I've seen that it has become a must. This approach has sent significant change in skills development in countries such as Australia, Korea, parts of Europe, and parts of the African continent, where they did a social dimension of monies that are spent in education. And we think that South Africa can do very well with that approach also. NEDLAC, as we have heard, remains a forum for interrelated challenges of poverty, unemployment, and inequality. And so the theme of South Africa for the G20 presidential theme of solidarity, equality, and sustainability, we are all reminded when the world leave the shores in South Africa after they've been basking in the sun in November, we will be left with doing good at home with this theme in its practical expression. And therefore, strengthening the social, education, economy, health nexus will advance development and sustainability. With all the initiative taken, it seems that NEDLAC, you have asked me to reflect on your plan, your 25 to 2030, I think. And so I locate this last part with all the initiative. It seems that NEDLAC may want to build on the existing initiatives. And as I have explained earlier on, in terms of the NEDLAC Act, you are reminded that the Council objectives are to promote the goals of economic growth, participation in economic decision-making, and social equity, very importantly. Of course, you do so through consensus and conclude agreements. You consider the legislation before you and consider all significant changes to social and economic policy before they are implemented and introduced in Parliament. And the list goes on of what you must do. It is my view that in the same way that the social partners of NEDLAC saw the need to put together a presidential climate commission, NEDLAC may want to consider the need and accept that the need has arisen to call for social solidarity in the economy as an apex problem as opposed to just talking about it. You might want to consider in whatever way you want to, whether it's a special project or whatever, but if you accept that the situation in South Africa requires urgent intervention, and then NEDLAC might want to consider in which form they would want to do that. NEDLAC might want to consider a sort of emergency focusing on the solidarity social economy, the case of education and health, as socially people need access and opportunity to safe housing and communities, adequate infrastructure, Of course, education, training, and indeed upskilling, but also qualitatively preventative and treatment services. The list goes on in how you can enter this. More than ever, the needs for solidarity in the economy, to usher in what I argue the ethical and value-based. Spending in South Africa has to become ethical, it must be value-based, it must be measurable, it must not be the headlines that we see every day. Economic development that places the needs of the people in the center would well be considered a way to go. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. September. Very excited to hear about solidarity economy anchored in justice. May I please now call Advocate Ntabiseng Sipanya Mokhale, who will finish off to give us her views on equality in the labor market, and then we will finish off with Ndate Sekgofatso Mashapu on sustainability. Ma'am, please give her a round of applause.
Good morning, everyone. Let me take this opportunity to recognize our Deputy President, Mr. Paul Mashatile in absentia, Minister Meth, I think also in absentia, Deputy Minister Jomo Sibia, and Chairperson of the Labour and Employment Portfolio Committee, Mr. Boyce Maneli, who's, I think, still with us via virtual, acting DGs of Tourism and acting DG of Labour, who is, by the way, our very good friend at the Commission for Gender Equality, and of course, the head executive director of NEDLAC, Mr. Mampuru. I will then ride on the protocol already set out. My brief is to talk about equality as envisaged in the theme adopted for the South African presidency of the G20. Equality, according to my understanding, is the state of being equal, especially in status, rights, and/or opportunities. It is the principle that all individuals should be treated the same, having the same rights, opportunities, status, regardless of their personal characteristics or circumstances. It involves fairness, impartiality, and freedom from discrimination based on factors like race, gender, age, religion, or socioeconomic background, ensuring everyone has an equal chance to access resources and fulfill their potential. This is an ideal that forms part of the preamble and Chapter 2 of our Constitution, and we therefore all have to subscribe to it as individual citizens in our private lives and role players in the social, political, and economic settings. Equality is recognizing, respecting, and valuing our differences and diversities. The clauses that are at the heart of equality as envisaged in our Constitution include Section 9, which is aptly called the Equality Clause, Section 10, which talks about human dignity, because that had to be one of the key areas that had to be redressed in 1994, because some in our society, we were not entitled to dignity. But we also have Section 11, which has now become a key aspect of equality, which is right to life. This was actually put to the center through the case of State versus Makonyane and others in 1995, wherein the Constitutional Court said the right to life is not only living as in breathing, but the right to life goes with human dignity and access to the rights that are in the Bill of Rights. So it actually is a different way of looking at it. It's not just about living, but it's about living a particular quality of life. However, equality, if applied in the same way to different people, will result in deeper, unequal, and negative unintended consequences. For example, a formal guarantee of equal access to specific rights might not be enough if historical disparities in resources mean some groups cannot effectively access it. This is what is commonly known as formal equality. Fortunately, it is clear that the drafters of our Constitution had substantial equality in mind when they made the provisions in the Constitution. Evidence to support this is in the laws that were immediately drawn to bring to life the vision of the Constitution. And I am pleased to say LRA of 1995 takes center stage in actually this redress as one of the earliest form of substantive equality that was being sought and achieved on paper and is being progressively worked towards. What does it mean in South Africa? It means substantial equality is what has to be applied. Substantial equality is concerned with equality of outcome for disadvantaged and marginalized people and groups, and generally all subgroups in society. Scholars usually define substantial equality as an output or outcome of the policies, procedures, and practices used by governments and private actors in addressing and preventing systemic discrimination. It goes beyond just ensuring equal treatment under the law. It requires laws and policies to go beyond formal non-discrimination and actively dismantle historical, social, economic, and political barriers that prevent certain groups from fully participating in society, sometimes requiring differential or targeted measures to achieve genuine substantive equality. Substantive equality for us requires reasonable adjustments for people, one group over another, a formal bias. We are in a situation in our country sometimes where we want to shy away from taking certain biases for certain of our groupings in society, whereas the substantive equality that was talked about in our Constitution actually demands that we have certain biases over certain of our groups. When we build a ramp, when we institutionalize Braille or something like that, it is not unfair discrimination, but rather fair, substantial process towards equality. But for some reason in South Africa, we have already started to shy away from that. Substantial equality recognizes that the law must take elements such as discrimination, marginalization, and unequal distribution into account in order to achieve equal results for basic human rights and access to opportunities and protection. Primarily, it has to be achieved by implementing special measures in order to assist or advance the lives of disadvantaged individuals, as I had pointed out. Such measures are aimed at ensuring that they are given the same outcomes as everyone else. Substantive equality can and must include measures such as affirmative action, your quotas, gender quotas, racial quotas, and any other matters. This kind of equality has got to focus on outcomes. As it has been pointed out, it has to acknowledge differences. These differences have to be acknowledged as a point of departure. We continue to make the same mistakes for which the outcome then becomes undermining the laws that we have drafted by refusing to acknowledge that we are all in a race starting from at different points and differentiated points, at different capabilities and abilities. So we need to start, when we talk about equality, by acknowledging differences so that we start in earnest where we should. We also need to address systemic inequalities So it's not only about acknowledging them, but it's about addressing them. It's about positive obligations. Positive obligations, as the Constitution, I think it's 9(4) of the Constitution, says each and every one of us has got a responsibility. We tend sometimes as South African to make it like the responsibilities in the Constitution are actually directed at government only. When you look at the situation, particularly of business, the feeling tends to be government has got to take care of its people. No, we are each other's people. When you have got employees, they are your responsibility. We have a situation at the CGE when we approach companies and say, tell us about your policies and all, particularly that are related to equality and an enabling environment for women. Business tends to turn around and say, why don't you give us stuff that we can take to the gender desk or HR and they can implement? Even the attitude and the lack of respect you see, where people tend to think they're here for my profit and benefit, nothing else, deal with them. So we've got to start embracing the fact that equality places upon each and every one of us positive obligations, which means each and every one of us having to do something for the other person. I think it was the DP this morning who spoke about Ubuntu. Our constitution, the basis of is actually Ubuntu. So it is about your workforce, it is about your peers, it is about your colleagues that you actually would succeed. And therefore, positive obligation has got to be seen as something that we all embrace. And support for disadvantaged groups. You all are aware that unless we support each other, especially the disadvantaged groups, we will not go anywhere. Why South Africa currently is battling with development, one of the many reasons, if I could rephrase that, is because 51.4% of society is actually being disregarded. This 51% has, by the way, declined as a result of the deaths around HIV/AIDS, around trauma, and around so many other things, including COVID, from 54.5 to 51.4. But nevertheless, the majority of the citizenry in this country continues to be disregarded. So there needs to be better support for disadvantaged groups, many of them, but one of which would be those disadvantaged as a result of the agenda. How do we reach the state of substantive equality? As I've mentioned, it's affirmative action, and I continue to mention it because for some reason it has become a swear word. Affirmative action is that positive obligation that governments have got to take into action, to take into consideration to ensure that those that had unfairly been left behind are brought back to the mainstream. And when they are brought back, particular cushioning and enabling environment is presented for them so that at some point, not immediately, they will be able to compete with their peers. So there's nothing wrong with affirmative action. Introducing quotas. This is another that I've mentioned above. We tend to say, I don't want to be a quota. I would like to see those that look like me being in positions that I would like to aspire to. We have got a young person here who stood up today to talk about equality. And I'm sure it is okay for her to have ambitions to say, Minister Meth is actually occupying my seat. One day it will be mine. And why they actually do that is because had those women in 1990, 89, 90, right up to 1993, Bomam Laura, having fought, you are actually going to include us we would never have had a parliament which in 1994 already accounted for 26% of capable women leaders. And this is how we need to push. Today, we unfortunately have gone down back to 41%, but there are parties that sit at 50%, and that 50% has got to be pushed more. But quotas are a starting point so that people begin to get used to, see the change, see themselves in the change, and begin to embrace. So there's nothing wrong with quotas once again. Siya Kolisi is capable, but had somebody not said, where are the Siya Kolisis, he would never have emerged. There's nothing wrong with quotas. Okay. And we also need to have legislation. The legislated environments assist. As I was pointing out, the LRA became a song for a lot of us because it was one of those instruments that a huge number of citizens of this country said, this is our ideal. Nobody shall be discriminated against now based on the fact that they are pregnant. And nobody will be fired when they ask for maternity leave. What happens when you go for maternity? What happens when you come back from maternity? So some of these legislative instruments that we have secured, let us not take them for granted. But where we need to reinforce, let us do so. In fact, the preamble of our Constitution captures it well when it pronounces that we lay the foundations of a democratic and open society in which government is based on the will of the people and every citizen is equally protected by law to improve the quality of life of all citizens and free the potential of each person. So we all have this responsibility. This means NEDLAC, through organized labor movement, civil society, progressive business, and I say progressive business deliberately because it is not all business that is progressive, has a duty to intensify the gains secured so far and to review its strategies against the backdrop of a global pushback we are experiencing currently. The most disturbing issue about the pushback is that it is fellow citizens from our country who are dealing with who are leading the charge to undermine the gains and intentionally invite outsiders to help formalize the pushback. The biggest casualties in this pushback is going to be the rights enshrined in our Constitution. Equality, human dignity, right to belong to an organized grouping of your choice, right to religion and culture, right to political participation and affiliation, to mention but a few. There's no doubt that we may end up being a pilot project that some experiment with to adjust, misinterpret, cancel, and outright alter the will of the people. At the Commission for Gender Equality, we are at the forefront dealing with the impact of this pushback. You all do know about the case of Caster Semenya, who has been banned from being an athlete unless she alters what our Constitution has recognized as diversity and therefore a right to being. Somebody outside has actually sent their testicles into our own country and said, you dare not allow her, lest we do something in spite of your Constitution. That is why Caster cannot run today. We also monitor elections every 5 years at the CGE. We have noted that on the day of elections, we have domestic workers who cannot exercise their right to vote, despite the special votes, despite the fact that they have a right to choose their public representatives, because their employers say, no, I am going to vote, you stay with the children, or you come with me, you vote for party A and not B. We had in the last elections noticed that there are a lot of people through to, I think it's section 35 or section something, had been registered in the wrong places. And we had a situation where people said, I snuck out. It's my lunchtime. They are refusing me to vote. So there's a lot that needs to be done for those rights and that equality to be realized. We've also been confronted with slave labor conditions for women working in the most revered SA industries internationally, such as the wine industry, where employees are not provided with basic services such as ablution facilities. I'm sure you know, I'm talking to the wrong people. Progressive businesses here, the rest are the converted. But we are completing a study which we will be presenting in Parliament, where women are refused ablution facilities and they have to go to the field. And this is 2025. So there's a lot that needs to happen for us to achieve that substantial equality. And I do know that you are aware of that. Sexual harassment associated with job opportunities and or promotions. As you rightfully said, ED, in your opening remarks or when you were giving your report, this happens within the context of high unemployment in our country. So our women are once again being reduced to those vulnerable toys and objects that others can use and misuse. And this affects what you call it. And we also have discrimination of allocation of communal land in some of the rural areas against women. We still have women who are being told that, unfortunately, because you are a woman, not in my community, not in my area. Go and look for your son, go and look for a male relative, etc. And as you know, the challenges that come with that, if either the woman or the son dies, some Makoti comes, takes the land, or when the supposed female owner of the land dies, then the family is asked to vacate because it is not their land. And then lastly, I'll just give another example of dispossession of property and assets against women married under customary marriages regime upon the death or divorce of their spouses. So these are just some of the examples I was giving to show that we at the Gender Commission are still experiencing the pain of the lack of access to that substantial equality that was meant to have reached all of us. Unless and until we revisit our gains as a country and review how all these rights and provisions mentioned in the Constitution and enacted into many laws can be protected, promoted, strengthened, and brought to life for all, especially those who were excluded until as recently as 1994, we will not achieve what was meant. In conclusion, I would like to add that the NEDLAC that we'd like to see in the next 5 years, again, this I stole from somebody who said the NEDLAC that we would like to see in the next 5 years is more engagement with critical role players, such as your Chapter 9 institutions, Gender Commission, Human Rights Commission, CRL Commission, and the Public Protector. Commission for Religious, Linguistic, and Cultural Rights. Yes. Thanks for, okay. Remember, we are the entities that have been set up to be the watchdogs of all citizens focusing on specific areas that we have been assigned. Unless and until all of us achieve substantive equality, the powerful phrase that we have in our Constitution that says, "we the people," continues to be meaningless. Thank you.
Okay. I thought I was gonna get a, I did already. Hey, you're killing my vibe, eh? Thank you very much. Program Director. My discussion today is around the pursuit of sustainability with a particular focus on the just energy transition in the workplace. In my conversation today, I will be using a lot of examples from Seriti Resources, which is a company that I work for, a majority black-owned energy company, which actively participates in the discussion around the just energy transition, and I believe in many aspects is actually at the frontier of this discussion, not only participating in conversations, but actually practically building institutions that put South Africa on the map when it comes to sustainability. Today, more than 63 million South Africans desperately depend on an electricity system where coal provides for more than 75% of that power. In less than 30 years, right, this demand will proportionally increase as the population increase, as our industry increase, as the economy grows, the demand for energy will proportionally grow. In that 63 million population, 40% is youth. Youth that desperately depend on this energy to be able to participate in economics, economies around data, around engineering, and so on and so forth. Now, the question on the minds of many today is, what kind of a just and sustainable South Africa do we want to build that will guarantee the future prosperity when our population eventually reaches 75 million? How do we move today and now from dialogue and discussions, parliamentary discussions, to disciplined execution? So at the end of the session today, I hope and believe that we will be able to take all the conversations here beyond dialogue to disciplined execution. Because these young people, and myself included, right, deserves action and execution. Deputy President, Honorable Minister, and your team, the Department of Employment and Labor, NEDLAC leadership, leaders of organized labor, the business community, Mr. Ray Mahota from Seriti Resources, welcome. Civil society and academics, members of the media, good afternoon. Too often and globally here at home, the debate around energy security is about coal against renewables, as if the one deserves to live and the other deserves to vanish. This conversation about coal or renewable is necessary, I believe strongly. It is a necessary dialogue. And I believe strongly that in South Africa, and quite frankly the world, we need both to coexist in a manner that is complementary and balanced. Coal has powered our homes and industries for generations, and renewables will continue to power and support coal as we deplete. The question, therefore, is how do we, in the most pragmatic way possible, ensure that we meet today's societal demands without compromising the future needs of the young ones? In South Africa, these questions are rife, and the needs are real and growing. Every year, more households are connected to the already constrained electricity grid. More young people seek job opportunities, and the demand for affordable, reliable energy is growing. Sustainability is no more an abstract fancy idea. It is a future test of whether one day your family and you will be able to switch on a light. Whether the clinic that we so depend to take care of us when we are sick will be able to operate. And whether students can study at night without the anxieties of load shedding. We both know what load shedding does currently and what it has done in the past. So I wish to start my conversation today around coal. And I want to state my declaration quite clearly and strongly. Coal is not our enemy. As a matter of fact, coal is our inheritance. It's a God-given endowment that not many countries have. Just as oil has shaped the Middle East, coal has shaped our country. And it will continue to do so for the next foreseeable future. We have billions of tons of coal in the ground, meaning for the next 50 years, coal should and must find a way to be used in a balanced and complementary way to renewables. Right now, coal provides more than 3/4 of our electricity. It gives work to hundreds and thousands of people. It has built whole communities in Mpumalanga, in the Free State, and in KwaZulu-Natal. So coal is bigger than jobs or keeping the lights on. It is the backbone of our economy, and quite frankly, I believe, of our sovereignty as a country. Our mines, our factories, our farms, our trains all depend on steady, reliable power. Without energy security, we cannot grow as a country. We cannot compete with the global powers that may be. Let me say this clearly. Energy security is not a privilege. The United Nations calls access to energy a basic right of development. For South Africa, it is about dignity. And quite frankly, seriti is synonymous in Tswana with dignity. It is about opportunity. It is about giving people the chance to build better lives. When we started as a company, Seriti Resources, we were a coal company, right? We acquired assets of Anglo and South 32. We became a competent, trusted, and reliable supplier of coal to Eskom. Today, with our renewable business in Mpumalanga called Seriti Green, we are an energy business. So we deserve a voice on the energy transition. A properly run company, right, setting an example of what many in the private sector can do. Not only in dialogues, in the most pragmatic way possible. So this is possible. But let's look ahead. South Africa is blessed with some of the best solar and wind resources in the world. Think of the 3 Cape provinces. Think of Limpopo. To my encouragement, because we are in the business of energy, we see the cost of renewables energy decrease as the cost of materials starts to go down. Meaning, with intentional investment, all right, we can build new industries, more wind turbines, more solar panels, new battery storage infrastructure that create meaningful, impactful jobs at much, much cheaper prices. At Seriti Green, which is in a town called Mogenson in Mpumalanga, we are now, today as we speak, building turbine number 7 out of the planned 172. When you get an opportunity, go and see the magic that we're doing that side. When this project is completed, when the 172 turbines are completed, we will deliver around 900 megawatts of clean green energy. By the way, equivalent in capacity to the Komati power station that we decommissioned as a country in 2022. All right? These clean electrons, when fed into the national grid, will ease the pressure that Eskom is currently facing. So what we as Seriti are embarking on is not Vision 2050. We are doing it right now. And we hope that in the conversation of just energy, we serve as an example that private sector should and must participate. But here's the truth. The real test of just energy transition is not in the amount of megawatts that companies like us and others can generate. It's not. It's in the workplace. It's what are the lived experiences of the communities and the people, right, where we operate, where we open and construct these turbines, where we operate these coal mine houses. What is the lived experience of these people? Can a mine worker be reskilled for a solar or wind industry? Can we have that honest conversation when mines eventually close and turbines, fill up communities? Is it possible to replace coal mines employment with renewable energy employment? The answer is simply no. And we need to have those discussions because sustainability without employment and the right skills is not sustainable. Is it possible through the increase in renewable energy that we can protect dignity, jobs, and livelihoods while we shift the energy mix towards the reliable, renewable energy? The answer must be yes. But we must also be honest, colleagues. Renewable projects alone cannot replace all the jobs that coal has created. It is an undeniable fact. So the conversation around employment and labor must be center and key in the just energy transition. Otherwise, the JET conversation becomes another broken promise. When she is eventually a professional adding value into the economy, she will be asking the questions that I said at a summit, and I've had this conversation before. And it will be a watershed moment. So we must make sure that when your time comes, you'll say, I've had the conversation, I've seen industry being built, and I've seen employment opportunities present themselves. So while we think of jobs and education, can we speak about the conversation of land and water? We know that land is a difficult conversation in the country, and water shortage is quite a reality. You go to any community, you speak of water is a big problem, right? Mining must not end with abandoned pits and forgotten communities. Rehabilitation must be responsible and intentional. Land that was once mined must and can be restored to support farming and food production. Communities can grow sustainable agriculture on the ground that was once used for mining purposes. That, for me, is things of legacy and dignity. Leaving behind not empty, damaged land, but opportunity. Opportunity when the last ton of coal is mined, that I can grow mealies and contribute differently to the economy. Let me speak about water briefly. We know that mining affects groundwater, right? But mine water does not have to be a curse, like we've all vilified. Quite rightly so. It can be pumped out, it can be treated, and it can be returned to the water grid, the much needed clean water that our community deserves. And this can be done in the very communities where we operate. At Seriti, not only are we talking about these possibilities, the examples I'm giving you, we have practical examples of what we're doing. We're not just talking about this, we're building them. In Mpumalanga, we have partnered with experts in water treatment. Last week, we launched the Arnott Water Treatment Plant, where we will be treating about 6 million of mine-affected water, of which 2 million will be fed freely to the Steve Chwete local municipalities. That's sustainability in the conversation of land, in the conversation of water. So sustainability in operations by private sector is possible. Can I add one more opportunity? I'm a mining engineer by profession, so I like to speak on discussions that is relevant to the industry that I work in. Research has shown that the same coal waste that we're currently mining across the country, that has been discarded for decades, contains valuable critical minerals, such as gallium, zirconium, and so on and so forth. These minerals, and I spoke about solar panels, they are needed critically in the manufacturing of the solar panels, in wind turbines, in batteries that I spoke about, in advanced manufacturing. Siriti, in partnership with Wits University, is now in the third year of a research project where we're testing coal discard dumps, right? To see if there is actually a possibility for a circular economy, to take what was once a discard that could potentially become a problem as mine water gets affected, and use it to feed communities. So far, the results are staggering. They are actually astonishing. In certain dumps, we found concentrations of critical minerals that exceeds more than 1,000 parts per million. Right? That means some of these dumps can be mined economically. This is sustainability. So the last ton of coal mined is not really the end of the life of that particular dump. It can continue. And we as Siriti, we're doing that work with the hope that we can create a circular economy for our people. As a nation, we must also acknowledge progress that we've made. Parliament has passed the climate change bill. The Presidential Climate Commission, I was speaking to a friend of mine that we went to school with, has given us a beautiful framework. Right? The Just Energy Transition Framework has been adopted with over 1.5 trillion worth of investment pledged in the Just Energy Transition Investment Plan. In May this year, the Critical Minerals and Metal Strategy was approved by Cabinet and subsequently published for public comment. The Minerals Resource and Development Bill of 2025 was released for public comment around the same time. What we call the Renewable Energy and Battery Storage IPP program has already delivered this year 11 gigawatts of energy. All right. The Carbon Tax Reform of 2026, which is designed to nudge industries like Eskom towards cleaner sources, is currently in implementation. So, ladies and gentlemen, these are important foundations. Legislation that is written correctly and intentionally is an important foundation. I agree. But it's not the end of the conversation. We can have sophisticated policies and legislations. If you don't execute, that beautiful paper is as good as nothing. So we need to be also honest while we celebrate the great foundation that has been laid before us. We also need to be honest about what slows us down as a nation. Policy uncertainty and unclear regulation discourages investment. Bureaucracy and red tape delays permits, and it becomes difficult as companies to invest more in renewable energy, to build more turbines. These are not easy installations. They are not cheap. So we need assistance from a red tape permission perspective. A day in delay for approvals is a delay in job opportunity. Let me sharpen that point so that we are absolutely clear and aligned. As legislation is revised and new rules are introduced, are we building confidence or are we eroding it? Are we creating value for South Africa or are we chasing it away? Because the truth is quite frankly simple. Without investor confidence, without access to capital, there is no projects you will see in South Africa. Ask yourself, the technology around renewables has been here for decades. Some of us have learned about it in school. We've written projects around it. But you don't see companies building at scale. Why? Because capital is expensive. It's a highly specialized type of technology. So can we, as government, right, as responsible citizens, make it easier for this capital to reach the people with the will to build this infrastructure? We are not the first country to face this dilemma, to answer sustainability, to say how will the future of our children look like in the next 20, 30 years. Germany, from the ruins of World War II, went on to build currently Europe's largest economy, from destitution, totally collapsed economy, currently Europe's biggest economy. And I'll tell you why I'm mentioning these examples. Japan, most of you would know if you follow global news, was bombed by the United States. Almost erased. Entire communities, hundreds of thousands of people. Their economy obliterated. You know what Japan is doing in the world stage. Singapore, from poverty with no resources. That small country has got no resource. It's barren. For those of you that have an opportunity to travel internationally, they will tell you Singapore is one of the cleanest, most progressive countries on earth. What do they do? Yes, our story is different. Yes, apartheid was brutal. It was a crime against humanity. Nothing can ever justify or minimize the impact that that brutal regime has done. I recognize also, as a youngster, that it may take a while to repair the damages that it has caused. And I also recognize the context of Europe and Asia may not be identical to the context of South Africa. All the arguments that you're probably making in your head are credible. They are relevant. But let's be honest, guys. It's 30 years. It's 30 years. If we could turn back the hands of time to 1995 and look 30 years ahead with the privilege of hindsight and the lessons of the now and the lessons of the global powers, what South Africa could we have built 30 years ago? If we could go back to 1995 and say, we know that we should be building a reliable energy infrastructure, we should be investing in education, we should be building strong roads, providing access to education in the most meaningful way. What South Africa could we have built? And more importantly, right, from today, as you go home, looking forward another 30 years, hopefully you'll get to see this. What South Africa do we want in the context of sustainability, in the context of the just energy transition? I want to be clear and in the most respectful and humble way that no one can answer or fix the conversation of sustainability alone. No one. We need government, we need mining companies, we need financial institutions, we need politicians, we need lawyers, we need labor. We need to work together. And if you've been following me, there's multiple contributing factors to the conversation of sustainability. It's impossible to fix it at one go. It's an interconnected, complex conversation. So everyone must bring in their part. Every man and woman skin in the game if we really want to talk a future and prosperous South Africa. I want to leave you with something today, right? So that I can simplify the discussion. I've spoken a lot about education, about this and that. I want to leave you with a simple message that the group CEO of Seriti, Mr. Mike Teke, loves to talk about. Very simple conversation. I believe, and many leaders and professionals in the energy mining space hold the same view, that in the next 3 decades, right? I deliberately speak in decades because I think when we plan, the thing of planning in 3 years and 5 years and 10 years is not working. It tends to bring short-term thinking. Let's plan in decades, let's commit in decades so that we can still look at you and say the plan that we did 30 years ago is still working. So I believe quite strongly, and many professionals do so, that in the next 3 decades, if we are to be sustainable as a nation, if we are to have any reasonable prospect of prosperity, we will be shaped by three profound realities. One, it's data. Two is energy. Three is water. Mike calls it JEW. Data, energy, water. Why do I say that? I'll give you some context. Data is important. It has always been, it's currently the most important topic driving Japan, Singapore, China, USA, and all the other developing economies. 40% of our population is young people, and they deserve participation in the digital economy so that they are able to participate in technologies of the future. I'm speaking about AI, I'm speaking about automation, I'm speaking about machine learning, and I'm speaking about all these other technologies that heavily depend on data. We are investing quite heavily in the Mpumalanga region around access to data. We have actually provided free Wi-Fi to communities in Pola, in Clarinet, and Kwakuka, so that these learners can learn, can access information free without any pressures. Second conversation. The second point is around water, and I've already touched on it. And I've shared with you what we are doing to set an example to sustainability around the conversation of water. We will be building a plant that will treat about 6 million liters of mine-affected water. Some of that water, after being cleaned, will be delivered to the local surrounding economy, communities of Steve Tshwete municipality. The last one is energy. Data, water, energy. Energy links everything that I've said. You cannot have a water treatment plant without energy. You cannot have data centers without electricity. As a matter of fact, today would not even be possible if we did not have electricity. You saw when the DP was speaking, network was taking. Ne? If you don't have electricity and energy, it's not possible. So the conversation of energy is core, it's key, it's important, and it's relevant. And that is why the just energy transition matters. So as we look forward, please let's not vilify coal. I stand proud as a mining engineer that I am mining coal, but I'm doing so responsibly, right, in a balanced and complementary way with the green, renewable cold wind. Let us embrace both, strategically and justly, meaning involve the communities where you operate, involve labor union, involve members of the civil society, involve government, involve the private sector, so that the solutions are inclusive and everybody is involved and no one is left alone. So as we navigate through the frustrations of tariffs, I don't want to go into tariffs, somebody has spoken about it, the global politics of who you are an ally with, our focus should be our people. It should be our prosperity and leadership. Let's not get frustrated by what another president is doing. Right? We've got coal, lots of it. We've got wind, lots of it. We've got solar, lots of it. Let's put all our energy in ensuring that we harness the God-given endowment of these natural resources to create a balanced energy grid that will ensure that the future generations, all right, have got a better chance at success. And that, I believe, is how we will power South Africa for tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, that is my story. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Mashapu. It is a good story indeed. Thank you very much to my esteemed panelists, Advocate Sipanya Mokhale, Dr. September, the young lady joining us as well, and I'd like to thank Ms. Yvonne Mpatswe, who had arranged for the learner to be here today. Ladies and gentlemen, we are running out of time. We're running behind time, rather. So I'm going to thank my panelists and ask them to return to their seats, and I will call on to the next panel. Thank you. We have a number of other leaders to acknowledge. We'd like to acknowledge the leadership of Labour that is here, the Secretary General of COSATU, I think he stepped out. We'd also like to acknowledge the President of FEDUSA, who will be joining us in the next panel. May I please ask the following people to join me on stage. Mr. Kulegane Mate, the CEO of BUSA. Mr. Tulani Chefuta, the overall convener for Community Constituency. Thank you, sir. And Mr. Godfrey Silematzela. My next panel stands between you and lunch. I'm going to implore them. I'm going to implore them to please keep to their time. They will really be responding and appraising NEDLAC's role in advancing solidarity, equality, and sustainability in the labor market. Mr. Mate, please can you take the stage?
Thank you, Program Director, Slebogang Lita, Deputy President Paul Mashatile in absentia, Minister Meth, Deputy Minister and other Deputy Ministers present. I heard there was an MEC, Directors General, my good friend Makuku Mampuru, Executive Director of NEDLAC, social partners, representatives of international organizations and other partners present, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor to make these remarks on behalf of the business constituency during this occasion of the NEDLAC Summit. I'd like to start by echoing what has been said by others and congratulating NEDLAC, the Executive Director and the team for achieving a second unqualified audit in a row. This is testament to the good stewardship of the resources entrusted to this institution. I should just point out that when my good friend Advocate Sipanya Mokhale was speaking here talking about progressive business, I mean, that seemed to imply that there was only, progressive, or that all unions were progressive and all civil society were progressive. That, my dear friend, is furthest from the truth, and we know it in this country. The topic that we are addressing today is incredibly relevant given the challenges facing the global economy and its significance to the theme of South Africa's G20 presidency. The role of NEDLAC in advancing solidarity, equality, and sustainability can best be assessed by looking at the record of NEDLAC over the past 30-odd years. Fortunately, we do not have to look very far for information on this because last year, NEDLAC conducted a 30-year review of its work and impact on the labor market, society, and the economy. We know that NEDLAC has played an integral role in shaping our labor legislation, which has transformed the labor market over the past 30 years. It has provided social protection and social support for workers who lose their jobs for one reason or another. It has also provided protection to those who are temporarily out of work for various reasons. NEDLAC has significantly influenced policies around social assistance and economic legislation in the country, from the Labor Relations Act to the basic conditions of employment, the national minimum wage, black economic empowerment, Skills Development Act, and many, many others, NEDLAC has been at the forefront. We cannot overlook the role that NEDLAC played in coordinating the labor market response to the COVID-19 pandemic. This experience demonstrated that while social partners at NEDLAC may differ on many issues, they can and often do collaborate for the greater good of society. And so NEDLAC has been central in discussions on climate change, energy transition, and sustainability, providing a platform for consensus that has resulted in institutions like the Presidential Climate Commission and the Just Transition Framework. So what progress have we made in advancing diversity in the workplace? From a race and gender perspective, today's workplace is vastly different from that of the pre-democracy era. The many laws passed by the very first parliament and subsequently have, to which NEDLAC played an immense role, have ensured that we now have far greater gender and racial diversity at all levels. For instance, in the banking sector today, of the 6 largest banks in South Africa, 4 of those are led by black people, one of whom is a woman. All of the 6 big auditing firms in South Africa are led by black people, 3 of whom are women. Black individuals and women have risen to leadership positions in sectors such as mining, construction, manufacturing, energy, telecommunications, and the automotive industry, to mention but a few. These were industries previously dominated by men, in particular white men. Even in companies where black people and women do not occupy the top position, they do occupy executive positions. That is the South Africa we live in. So these are the strides that we have made over the past 30 years, and we must celebrate them, even as we acknowledge that there is still more work that needs to be done. We must also recognize that there are areas where we have not performed as well as we expected as a nation, in particular in creating a more equal society from an income point of view. A lot of this has to do with the levels of unemployment that are upwards of 30%, which disproportionately affect youth and low-skilled workers. So income inequality remains stubbornly high. A study conducted by Professor Ricardo Hausmann from Harvard University about South Africa identifies key drivers of inequality in South Africa as follows. 1, market concentration, with large firms and state-owned enterprises dominating key sectors, limiting competition, suppressing small business growth, and curtailing opportunities for upward mobility. 2, weak governance, which manifests in corruption, poor regulation, and inefficiency in public institutions erode the redistributive impact of social spending, thus deepening inequality. And 3, a skills deficit, with education and training gaps that particularly affect disadvantaged groups, leaving them unable to access better paying jobs. We must intensify our efforts to address inequality. As a business community, we believe in fostering inclusive economic growth as a pathway to addressing inequality in our country. So yesterday, the B20, which is the Business Engagement Forum of the G20, handed over its recommendations, policy recommendations, to the G20 presidency. Some of the recommendations that are relevant to today's discussions include the following. 1, promoting a business agenda for job growth and encouraging participation in the labor market, recognizing that this will enhance societal and political stability. 2, increase female labor force participation by removing barriers to women's employment. And 3, advancing a flexible and pragmatic approach towards digital platform work and the gig economy. And 4, equipping citizens early on by making early childhood learning readily available to all children. 5, connecting youth to earning opportunities. And 6, empowering and reskilling and upskilling based on real demand in the economy. We believe that these and many other recommendations, which cover themes such as trade and investment, agriculture and sustainable food systems, digital transformation, energy mix and just transition, finance and infrastructure, industrial transformation, and integrity and compliance are crucial in helping South Africa, the continent and the globe to tackle the pressing challenges from a business perspective. These recommendations I have just outlined are backed by detailed actions that we must collectively implement to achieve these outcomes we desire. Only deliberate action and ruthless execution, not mere slogans, will deliver the results we seek. So, in the true spirit of social dialogue and robust engagement that are the hallmark of NEDLAC, we must ask some of the questions that really go to the heart of whether NEDLAC plays its role or continues to play its role effectively. Do we have what it takes as a country to implement these recommendations and making sure that we address some of the challenges facing our nation? If not, why is that so? Do we have the right legislative and policy environment to enable the implementation of these recommendations? Are we rigorous enough in evaluating policies and legislative proposals that come before NEDLAC to ensure that they deliver the desired outcomes? Or do we sometimes fall for well-sounding policy rhetoric and overlook the lack of evidence underpinning the proposed laws and policies? To achieve inclusive growth that creates jobs, we must subject every decision and any policy proposal that comes before NEDLAC to the following questions. Does it enable or hamper economic growth? Does it enhance greater inclusion and meaningful participation in the economy by previously excluded groups? Does it create the skills that drive competitiveness by empowering employers to determine the training requirements of their workforce and deploy the funds accordingly, rather than shifting the power and resources to SETA bureaucrats to make decisions about what happens in the workplace that they have no connections to? Does it create more opportunities for increased women participation in the labor market? Does it help link young people to employment opportunities? Does it support the growth of small businesses, both formal and informal, to create jobs? As my colleagues have said, as a business community, we are concerned about the slow pace of reforms to two critical social protection institutions, the Unemployment Insurance Fund and the Compensation Fund. Alongside our own observations, the reports of the Auditor General paint a picture of poor governance of these institutions and possible maladministration and corruption. Over the past 4 years, promises of reforming these institutions have been made, but very little has been delivered. This is a matter that requires urgent attention from all of us. In conclusion, I would like to reiterate that participating in NEDLAC processes is a privilege that enables us to represent our constituencies and ensure that their voices are heard. NEDLAC should continue to be an inclusive platform for social dialogue that it was set out to be, and we must guard against it becoming a space where big business and big unions and civil society organizations that are connected to political power make deals that only favor them and exclude the less powerful and the smaller players in our society. We must ensure that NEDLAC is a platform where the interests of all are truly represented. Doing so will ensure that trust and confidence in this institution by constituencies and the general public is restored. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mate. May I please call Mr. Silematsila to come and deliver his remarks, followed by the overall convener of the community constituency. Thank you.
The Program Director, Lebogang Lita, the Honorable Deputy President of the Republic of South Africa, Mr. Paul Mashatile in absentia, Honorable Minister of Employment and Labor, Nomakasa Zanameth, Acting Director General of the Employment and Labor, the Deputy Minister of Employment and Labor, Mr. Sibia, the NEDLAC Executive Director, Mr. Makuko Mampuru, leaders of different constituencies, head of governments, department, business, community and labor, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. It is an honor to stand before you today to speak on vital issues that shape society and define our collective future. Over the years, we've witnessed significant progress in collective bargaining, extension of agreements in certain sectors, and implementation of national minimum wage. United trade unions have become powerful platforms for advocating not just fair wages and safe working conditions, but also for ensuring dignity and respect in workplaces. We need to extend our gains, ensuring more rigorous implementation of legislation and agreements, strengthening the labor inspectorate. Most importantly, we must ensure all workers and atypical workers are treated fairly. The recent agreement reached in labor law reform negotiation has extended the definition of employee as a major milestone, and we must ensure that it finds expression in the final law amendment. Over the years, we've witnessed significant progress in collective bargaining, dispute resolution, strengthening the voice of workers across industries, unified worker unions continuously advocating for workers, not just for fair wages and safe working conditions, but also for ensuring dignity, respect in the workplace. Through collective actions, workers has demonstrated that they are unified in their quest to have the greatest strength, which would be an essential force that drives fair policies, that protects their rights, and foster social stability. As we continue building this solidarity, let us remember that a united force is a backbone of a thriving and equitable society and economy we need to make. More progress on how we tackle climate crisis and ensure a just transition. As we do this, we have an opportunity to reshape our economy and society. One way of doing this is to promote social ownership so that workers and community members own and participate more fully in the economy and drive organizations that work for social good and not just profit. It is really important that we have discussions in NEDLAC to develop a code of good practice on the just transition so that we can provide guidance and direction on how best to promote a just transition. While considerable strides have been made in promoting gender and racial equality, challenges remain. Discrimination in the workplace and society at large continue to hinder progress and limit opportunities. To create a truly inclusive environment, we must eliminate bias, promote diversity, and ensure equal access to resources and leadership. Achieving this requires a collective effort. I thank you.
In conclusion, Chair, please, Program Director, allow us to also acknowledge the Minister of Employment and Labour, Honorable Kosimeth, and Deputy Minister Jomosibia, the Acting DG of Employment and Labour and the DG of Tourism, the overall conveners and leaders of the social partners, the traditional leaders who are part of the civil society delegation, the leadership from all the sectors that we lead and represent, from youth, women, persons with disability, campaigns and coalitions, cooperatives, and civics. In my community life, I serve as a member of the National Executive Committee and National Working Committee of the civic movement. And in that capacity of NWC, I lead economic transformation. And it gives me pride that coming from those ranks, the First Deputy President, the General Secretary, and the National Chairperson from SANCO have joined us. We also wish to extend a very warm appreciation to the Chairperson of the SANEC Civil Society Forum, who serves as a Deputy Chairperson of SANEC, who is effectively deputizing Deputy President Paul Mashatile. Mhlekazi omkhulu uButsoli Nduku, and all other protocols that have been acknowledged. For anyone who knows me, this is the longest I've ever done on protocol. We want to premise our input on acknowledging the fact that whether we talk about the economy or the labor market, those are directly affected and constrained by global change drivers of demographic changes, the climate changes, digital and technological advancements. All those three factors are responsible for what we call global change drivers. And so, both economic and labor market policies must embrace and maximize the leverage of such transitions. What we call the demographic transition acknowledges that South Africa, like the rest of the African continent, have for some time been living on the wave of a demographic change, where we have a phenomenon in demographics that we call a youth bulge. That transition must be just. the digital and technological advancements that we witness have been spoken about eloquently. The transitions that come with such advancements must equally be just. It is not only the transitions that are imposed by climate change, such that one element of it focuses on energy, and then we believe that just energy transition is responsible and accountable for all those transitions. It's a fallacy. Each of those transitions must be just on its own. And there's a price to pay if any of them is not just. And so, solidarity, equality, and sustainability stand in gap to hold our hand, move over those transitions. Whilst we may focus our attention on driving and promoting investments, growth, and employment, we must equally appreciate that energy, or let me put it differently. Someone argued or suggested that it's called Q. Q as in data, energy. Already in the discussions of the economic response to COVID, we suggested that as community constituents, energy, water, broadband data as suggested, but we added two other variables, being infrastructure and skills, stand on two sides of the equation. In the middle of that equation, it's investments, growth, and employment. So these variables stand on two sides of the equation because if you don't invest on them, they become immediate binding constraints to investments, growth, and employment. Until you leverage them, then they become critical enablers for investments, growth, and employment. So we have no way of not addressing them if we are to address investments, growth, and employment. We believe that we have to pay closer attention to the confluence or the nexus between skills, employment, or labor market, and the economy. On one side, the skills development policies that we promote must be demand-led. They must take the pattern from that which happens in the economy and the labor market, if they are to be useful. We must couple that with a bold point as well that we may not like it, but we are prepared to debate this. Skills do not create employment. Full stop. Even if you try and maneuver through what you may call supply-induced demand, there's very little room to maneuver. And so, to be responsive, the skills must be demand-led, period. When you look into economic policies in this nexus, both macroeconomic and sectoral policy instruments must be inclusive and pro-employment, not by fluke, but by design. And the angle of the labor market must start by appreciating the role that can be played by active labor market policies, including public employment programs, which we believe and suggested that we must begin to coordinate them differently and better. If you have a Department of Employment and Labor, why would you have public employment programs all over the state. It is only when you integrate and combine resources and efforts that you can achieve increased impact on the very same public employment programs. And so, on the demand side, economic policies must be inclusive, job-rich, and gender-responsive. And on the supply side, we have already suggested that the economy and the labor market must lead that which we produce as skills. If you take just one example on infrastructure to demonstrate how you leverage this nexus, when you do road construction, it changes the mentality. It's no longer about building a road from point A to point B, but you become intentional about the labor intensity of the delivery of such projects. But secondly, you use those projects to address socio-economic imperatives of the very same communities where you are building that road, such that there is a closer relationship between communities and that infrastructure. When they are angry about one service, they do not see that piece of infrastructure as the first victim that must be banned. And part of those socio-economic imperatives may include skills development and employment, including building local capacity for delivery and maintenance of the same infrastructure. And by the way, including bolstering local production and supply of components that are used in those infrastructure projects. And if we are to succeed in all of these, we must always keep our Human Development Index in check. Human Development Index measures 3 variables. 1 is education, 2 is health, 3 is economic growth. So we must make a bold point here that if it is true about those variables being measured under Human Development Index, education and health must be 2 biggest public services whose access to quality must never depend on your social standing in society. It must never depend on your level of income and social status, including affordability. The quality must be provided across board. That even neatly dovetails to the discussion that has been unfolding about transformation. We have been citing employment equity probably because we're in this session of NEDLAC. But the fact of the matter is that SETAs themselves as labor market institutions that have a critical role to play in this equation that we just articulated are under siege. Employment equity is under siege. The Biller Act is under siege. National health insurance. So when you challenge the very same variables that are accountable for the same Human Development Index, what are we saying we're doing? We're not genuine about this transformation and development. And so I want to agree with the assertion that was made by Comrade Banza earlier on that equality is one of the thematic focus areas of our discussion today cannot be achieved without raising the base of the marginalized through deliberate implementation of measures to support empowerment and transformation. And the positioning of NEDLAC in all of this work to drive social dialogue is going to be very essential. From our side, we view social dialogue as the currency and the binding bond in bringing all voices together. We believe that we need to redefine the essence of social dialogue and social compacting away from lamentations, away from finger pointing, and away from narrow, selfish demands and interests. If we are to make anything of social dialogue, we must combine our heads to identify those most pressing national challenges that are worth our attention. The conversation in social dialogue must never be complete until each of the social partners define a role for themselves in addressing or contributing to resolve the very same national pressing challenge that we have identified. Social dialogue and compacting must leave no room for us not to define ourselves as part of the solution to the problems that we shall have identified. One of the factors that contribute towards closing the trust deficit, we believe, is going to be the actions that follow the resolutions that we make in all these social dialogues that we have. Structures and processes of social dialogue must be truly inclusive, equal representation, and meaningful participation. And if these are to be realized, NEDLAC must be repositioned to build the necessary technical capacities to be fit for purpose, which fit for purpose was already articulated, although not complete, in the slides that were showed by our brand new from the box executive director, Mr. Makoko Mamboro. And we want to land on a note that is directed to the minister, that UIF has a board that is composed of social partners. If we have sent Izifede there that are doing everything that business was highlighting, we apologize to you for giving you that caliber of leaders. There is no constituency that is not represented in the board of UIF. And so we should be talking to ourselves about holding our representatives accountable, if anything. And those of community constituency are already here. And if there is anything that we should do, we're not going to postpone it, we're going to do it. And we're going to do this despite suggestions that were raised by Matthew Parks of Labour, that we are hungry visitors in the table around the UIF. We are still going to respond to that. Thank you.
Thank you, OC. May I thank my last panelists for the day. Thank you for your insights. Thank you for the comments that you've shared with us. OC, are you releasing yourself? No. On a lighter note, thank you very much. Can I please? I wanted to show I have a bit of power today. Thank you. Before I call on the Deputy Minister to come and give a vote of thanks, I have a number of announcements that I would like to make. The last one we'll make after the vote of thanks. But just so you know, the annual report will be available when you leave. It will be outside. And can all the principals and speakers please stay behind after the Minister's vote of thanks for some pictures that we'll be taking. So please do not leave the room after the vote of thanks. Deputy Minister Jomo Sibia was a member of the KwaZulu-Natal legislature from 2014 to 2023. He was then appointed KwaZulu-Natal MEC for Public Works and Human Settlements 2021 to 2022. That was followed by a role as a special advisor to His Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa at the Presidency of the Republic of South Africa from 2023 to 2024. Please help me to welcome the Deputy Minister of Employment and Labour, Babu Sbi.
Thank you very much, Program Director. We highly appreciate how you've really played your role today, a very significant role with so much power to call everyone to come and present on stage. That's serious power, and you did very well. Women in power, doing it so well, we appreciate that. Deputy President of the Republic of South Africa, His Excellency Paul Mashatile, the Honorable Minister of Employment and Labour, Ms. Makhosazana Meth, the Acting DG of the Department, Excellencies, Ambassadors and Representatives of the Diplomatic Corps, the leadership of our social partners from business, labour and the community, the leaders of youth formations who are part of us here, the academics who are part of us here as well, and distinguished guests. It is a profound honor for me to deliver the vote of thanks on behalf of government at this historic 30th annual summit of NEDLAC. NEDLAC is indeed, Minister, a shining star. The work that is done at NEDLAC has a huge impact in the prosperity of this country. We are very proud of this vehicle. Firstly, allow me to extend our deepest gratitude to our Deputy President, who, despite his many responsibilities, joined us to deliver a powerful keynote address. His words have reminded us of the collective responsibility we bear in shaping an inclusive economy that does not leave anyone behind. To our Minister of Employment and Labour, Minister Meth, thank you for setting the tone on this summit. With the opening remarks that grounded us on both urgency and hope, indeed, we are grateful to be led by yourself. We also extend our appreciation to the Executive Director of NEDLAC, Mr. Makuku Mampuru, and the social partners for their honest reflection today on the state of NEDLAC and its role in advancing values of solidarity, equality, and sustainability. Our distinguished panelists, Dr. Cornelia September, Prof. Puleng Lankabula, and Mr. Tsegofaso Mashap, who enriched us with diverse insights on how we must embed solidarity, equality, and sustainability into the DNA of our labor market and economy. Our words of gratitude to our social partners, the labor, business, and community, who once again demonstrated the spirit of NEDLAC dialogue. Contestations were necessary, but ultimately consensus for common good. I would have loved to get into some of the things that have been said here, but for progress' sake, we leave it to the three. We leave it to the three, Minister. It was very interesting, I must say. Indeed, the spirit of NEDLAC was alive, and it must continue. It must continue. Debates must be there. Engagements must always flourish. That's when better ideas will come. Otherwise, if we agree in everything all the time, we'll become one of those countries. But what has made us be better as South Africa is because this platform helps us to engage and thorough engage and be able to find consensus. And that consensus is what has been driving us since 1994 to be where we are. And we still believe that as we move forward, we'll continue to be a better country. We have quite a lot of challenges, and NEDLAC has serious responsibility to make sure that it comes in and we change the face of this country. We thank the youth voices represented here today. We are not the leaders of tomorrow, we are leaders of today. Your participation gives us confidence that our nation is producing leaders who will carry the baton forward. Any nation that doesn't take care of its youth is doomed. And we've got a responsibility as South Africa to continue making sure that our young people do get proper opportunities, they get proper skills, but also they are nurtured to be better leaders of the future. Colleagues and compatriots, this summit takes place at a time when our nation continues to battle unemployment, inequality, and poverty, yet it also takes place at a time of renewed commitment to social compacting and nation building. NEDLAC remains one of our most critical instruments of democratic governance, a place where the voices of workers, employers, communities, and government converge to shape policy. This platform reminds us that South African miracle of 1994 was not only about vote, it was about dialogue, compromise, and solidarity. And it's reflected in NEDLAC. It's where you'll find it at its best. As government, we remain resolute in our commitment to advance the objectives of the summit theme. We'll continue working with social partners to ensure that every policy and program contributes to building a more equal, sustainable, and inclusive society. To the organizing team, the administrators, the audiovisuals crew, the media, and all those who work tirelessly behind the scenes, your professionalism ensured the success of this summit, and we are grateful. Finally, to all delegates present here today, thank you for your active participation. Let us take the spirit of the summit beyond these walls, back to our workplaces, communities, and institutions, because the real work begins after the summit ends. In the words of President Nelson Mandela, I will quote, it is in your hands to create a better world for all who live in it. It is in your hands to create a better world for all who live in it. It is in our hands indeed. Let us all live here today with renewed determination that together, through NEDLAC, will build an economy of solidarity, equality, and sustainability, making sure that tomorrow is better than yesterday, and our children inherit a better country than the country that was inherited by us. Thank you very much. Sebo.
Siyabonga, Deputy Minister. Ladies and gentlemen, lunch is upon us. Before I announce where lunch is going to be, we've announced where the pictures are going to be. So please, can we have the speakers stay behind for pictures? We have the pictures are here. Okay, there we go. The NEDLAC annual report is available outside. As you go in, each one of you will have a copy. Anyone that I did not acknowledge that was meant to be acknowledged, I apologize. Please take it from me. It was not from the organizers. And lastly, to all the leaders who are here, the responsibility is to build the bench. That is a sport analogy to say, you have a seat at the table, your responsibility is to build the bench. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Bye.